And I'm assuming, Ms. Pfeiffer, that Chief Reyes is the city's representative for this hearing?
No, Mr. Hartsfield, we actually have Chief Christopher Monestier here for the department.
Ah, all right, thank you. And he's in the same room as you are, I take it?
That's correct.
All right. And when you're ready, we can have the court reporter start recording. Let me ask one other administrative question. The only number that I have for identifying this matter is the American Arbitration Association number. Are the parties using anything different than that number for this matter?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
And sir, before we get started, do you have a preference on whether you'd like to be called Mr. Arbitrator or Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Since this is a basic Chapter 143 proceeding, I usually refer to myself as a hearing examiner. But if you slip and call me an arbitrator, that's fine. Or if you slip and call me judge or your honor, I never mind a promotion. So
Okay.
don't worry about it if you slip up. And for that matter, this is a police case or fire? It's a fire case.
Fire.
So if we slip and refer to the police department instead of fire department, I'll understand that we're generally meaning the fire department. So if you're ready and if the court reporter is ready, we can get started.
I am ready.
And Mr. Suentis, are you ready?
I'm ready.
And Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes, the city's ready.
All right. My name is Will Hartsfield. I'm the private independent third-party hearing examiner selected by the parties for this matter that has the American Arbitration Association number 01-19-0001-3036 involving Samano, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and the city of San Antonio, which is an appeal of discipline. And for the folks, since we're doing this by video, I very much appreciate everyone agreeing to do it by video, given the still national, state, and local emergencies and various orders about the pandemic, and it makes it safer for all of us. And it's my understanding that this is an indefinite suspension. And with that, if I can have council make their appearances, then we'll do some administrative matters at that point. So if I can have the city make their appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Rosa Pfeiffer, Pfeifer, appearing on behalf of the city of San Antonio. And with
And with you is Mr. Urbis.
Yes, good morning. This is Michael Urbis, also on behalf of the city of San Antonio.
Thank you. And then the representative for the city, Ms. Pfeiffer, if you'll introduce that chief, please.
yes, we have Chief Christopher Monestier, and his last name is spelled Monestier.
Thank you. And then if I can have Mr. Suentis, you make your appearance and introduce who's participating on your side.
My name is Ben Cifuentes Jr. I'm present for the grievant in this case, David Samano. My paralegals may be appearing from time to time to take notes, but they will not be speaking. I know the hearing examiner noted that Mr. Caldwell has logged into this meeting. He's merely going to be an observer. He will not be participating in this hearing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Now, since we are doing it by video, let me just make a few observations at the beginning. While I am aware most of you, if not all of you, have done video hearings before, rest assured that if we lose anybody, we'll pause and wait till you get the log back in. I'm assuming that council have got the cell phone numbers and the like for getting in touch with their witnesses in case there is a glitch with any witness or the witnesses in the same office, and you just walk down the hall and see if you can fix whatever problem may have arisen. Don't hesitate to ask for a break at any time. Folks who are not participating in the hearing certainly can turn off their audio and their video. The parties have sent to me their exhibits, which I have not looked at, just like handle their 3-ring binders when we do this in person. Understand too that if you like, there's a feature in Zoom where you can pin participants to remain on the screen so you can have those folks available to you to be viewing. Now, do we have anybody from the Civil Service Commission who's appearing at the moment?
May I address a preliminary matter?
Yes.
When the proper time to do it is, but there was an exhibit that I sent to Ms. Pfeiffer over the weekend that you have not received, and it will come up in the area of disparate treatment. And when we cross that bridge, we'll be proffering that. It was something that was, I think the city sent to us in response to request for production in the related case. And it's my understanding that Mr. Urbis agreed that the exhibits in both cases, what the city produced in both cases apply to this one as well.
We produced them in another arbitration, the city did, and there was no agreement on behalf from the city that they would be used in both arbitrations. Mr. Caldwell represented that in an email, but Mr. Urbis did not agree to that, and we obviously did not agree to admissibility.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when that one is offered. And I'll circle back around in a moment to exhibits. And just so you know, that when you occasionally see me look to my left or right, I actually have 3 monitors in front of me. So I have an ability to display the exhibits on one monitor or the other, and then have all the folks who are testifying or asking questions to display on the monitor in front of me. We do have a certified shorthand reporter present via video. At times she may ask someone to identify who is speaking or ask someone to repeat a question or an answer. And then back to the Civil Service Commission. Is there anybody on the proceeding who's with the Civil Service Commission so we can have them appear for the record? And I don't hear anybody saying that. From my notes, my understanding is that the Civil Service Commission will maintain all of the required records for it. If there is an occasional glitch with either a time lag with audio or video, please give folks an opportunity to complete their question or their answer. I don't expect it, but I understand that we're dealing with first responders as witnesses and as other participants. So if there's an emergency, let me know. We can pause to deal with that. Please mute your cell phones, you can certainly leave them on vibrate in the event that you have some other matter you need to monitor for emergencies. That's fine with me. I do ask you try not to speak over one another because it makes it harder for the court reporter to capture everything. Uh, and certainly the advocates and their representatives may communicate privately simply by turning off your audio and video. And if you're in the same office visiting in a room, or if you're in different offices communicating by cell phone or otherwise, are there any questions about what I've gone over with respect to some of the administrative matters with respect to video? Ms. Pfeiffer?
No, sir.
And for you, Mr. Fuentes?
No.
All right. And I have asked the court reporter to swear in the witnesses as we go, but I do have some instructions I give to the witnesses since we're doing video. So if you'll give me an opportunity to do that, I'll appreciate it. And then let me raise the topic of the issue in front of me. Have you folks gone through and identified the issues and agreed upon them, or is that something for us to do now, or is that something you want to submit in post-hearing submissions? Ms. Pfeiffer?
We're comfortable doing it in post-hearing submission.
All right, and Mr. Fuentes?
I think we'll make the issue in post-hearing briefs, but I think it's probably worth stating beforehand what each perspective is. Just
Well,
so you'll have
so I
it.
know what to so I know what to listen for. All right, then let me tell you what are in my notes for the issues in a chapter 143 proceeding that involves a collective bargaining agreement between the city and the firefighters. And you can tell me if these issues are in front of me, because I suspect some of them are not. The first one is, did appellant violate civil service rules as provided in chapter 143? The second one, are the specific charges timely as provided in chapter 143? And I often find that's not an issue. So is timeliness an issue here, Ms. Pfeiffer?
No, sir.
And Mr. Fuentes, is timeliness an issue?
No.
All right. And then the third one is, did the chief restrict himself to the original written statement and charges which may not be amended? And often that is not an issue. Is that an issue here, Ms. Pfeiffer?
No.
And Mr. Fuentes?
No.
And then number 4, are the specific charges against appellant true as provided in chapter 143? Then issue 5, are the charges legally sufficient as provided in chapter 143? And often that is not an issue. Is that issue about legal sufficiency present in this case, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Not for the city.
And Mr. Fuentes?
No.
All right. And then number 6 is, does the discipline fit the charges proven to be true? And number 7, if the discipline was not appropriate, what is the remedy? And I assume that both 6 and 7, as I read them, are in front of me. Is that correct, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
And Mr. Cervantes?
Correct.
So I have 4 issues then, which is, did the appellant violate civil service rules? Then are the specific charges against appellant true? And then does the discipline fit the charges proven to be true? And finally, if the discipline was not appropriate, what is the remedy?
There's 2 other matters that I'd like to address. Is there,
All right, please go ahead.
and my understanding, there's no dispute as to arbitrability, and in terms of timeliness, we timely filed the notice of appeal as required by the contract and by 143 chapter. So I want to make sure there's no issue of arbitrability. And this is a creature of chapter 174 of the local government code. It's the city has adopted a CBA. CBA has a just cause standard, And so while some of the issues, what's the appropriate remedy under a just cause standard, there needs to be like punishment for like offenses. So it's under the just cause standard, there's a disparate treatment argument.
All right, and does the city agree with the notion that there is no issue of archivalability or timeliness with respect to this matter?
Yes.
And that had been my understanding when I'd gone through those other issues. And it's my understanding that the collective bargaining agreement between the firefighters and the city was adopted using Chapter 174. And my recollection of those provisions is that it does make a reference over to Chapter 143 with respect to discipline matters. Am I recalling that there is a reference in the collective bargaining agreement to Chapter 143? Ms. Pfeiffer, does
Yes.
that fit your recollection?
Yes.
And Mr. Cervantes, does that fit your recollection?
Well, I think that is so vague that it's almost incorrect. And I realize that there is a reference to 143, but 143, the reference to 143 is 143 standard of discipline will apply under certain situations if the CBA is abolished. But in the beginning of the contract, it says that termination will be with just cause under management's rights to remove employees under a just cause standard.
And I understand it, and I'm basing it on prior hearings where the appellant takes one position as to the meaning of cause and just cause in the collective bargaining agreement, and the city takes a different one. Is that still the situation where the city in its post-hearing submission is taking a different position as to the meaning of cause or just cause?
Yes. Article, and I'll just for the record, the CBA under Article 30 is where the grievance procedure is listed, and then it goes into the discipline, and then does reference 143, and that is where the dispute comes in.
And it's my recollection that in fact, the collective bargaining agreement says, because it was done per Chapter 174, that it prevails over anything that's contradictory in the statutes. Is that a correct recollection of what's in the CBA?
Yes.
And Mr. Cervantes, same notion, that is that your understanding of what's in the CBA?
Yes, and of course, I understand the city has a different position, but the CBA and management rights explicitly talks about termination will be by just cause.
All right, and I understand that the folks have different positions on what that means. So I think we've fleshed that out for the record.
And that's in Article 3, Section 1 C, that management has the right to discharge employees for just cause, subject to civil service regulations or the terms of this agreement.
And it seems to me, if I'm remembering it correctly, that with respect to the topic of remedies, the collective bargaining agreement does make a variation from what's in the statutes with my ability. But am I correctly recalling that?
I believe you're still limited to 15 days, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, that's my question, because some of these collective bargaining agreements make a variation from the 15-day limitation, and that's, as I remembered, a limitation in Chapter 143. But since we were talking about it, I figured I'd flesh that out. Ms. Pfeiffer, your understanding, is there something in the CBA that alters that 15-day maximum for a remedy if I do something other than uphold the indefinite suspension?
No, that's my understanding as well.
All right, then let me make that note. So I've got that. I appreciate that. And then let's see what else is on my checklist. I don't know if these are the exhibits, so I'll ask this way. Um, to the extent that I need to refer to anything in chapter 174 or the local civil service rules or the collective bargaining agreement or chapter 143, I'm assuming I can refer to those without us actually making them exhibits to the hearing. Is that the same understanding as the city has?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Fuentes, same understanding for the appellant?
I think that the hearing examiner has the authority to take judicial notice of state statutes and court opinions that construe them.
All right. That's my understanding as well. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So now we've got the exhibits we got the issues dealt with. Let's talk about the exhibits. And how do you folks want to handle these exhibits? Let me call up on my screen what I have for everyone. I have for the city exhibits 1 through 14. And let me see, what do I have for the talent? Bear with me while I get this up. I've got 1 through 27, and from your comments, Mr. Cervantes, I understand that there'll actually be 1 through 28.
Yes.
All right, and then let me start with cities and take care of one other administrative matter. The city bears the burden of proof in this.
Mr. Hartsfield,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt, sir, but the city did not get an exhibit index from Mr. Cifuentes, on his. So can we refer to his by his Bates number so we can follow along?
sure, we can use that. I'm actually viewing his exhibits by doing the view that lets me look at his bookmarks. And that's how I
Okay.
know that there is 1 through 28, because he has them numbered as bookmarks.
Okay, thank you.
And
So you just,
there's my
go ahead,
understanding,
Mr.
it's my understanding we sent the same PDF to both parties with the bookmarks. But I suppose if you need an index, I'll have my staff email something to you shortly.
Well, we printed them, so we didn't have the bookmarks for our witness, which is where I think the confusion has stemmed from.
All right, well, we can use the page numbers because they're got Bates number throughout, so we can use those. And I can use either one because I sent we'll send your exhibits through an OCR that will turn them into something that's searchable, so I can quickly get to those. And I also have a feature where I can quickly go to page numbers because it looks like they're consecutively numbered, so I can get there quickly. So if you refer to them as page numbers, that will pose no problem for me. But that's just so you know, that's where I got the numbers from. So let me go back to the notion about the exhibits and whether you folks want to address them now, where there's some you can say, I don't have any objection to these and I can admit them, or whether we do with them one at a time as you offer them. And I'll start with the city, since the city has the burden of proof to go forward first. What's your druthers? Would you like to deal with them one at a time or try to see if we can admit some of them now?
I'd like to see if we can admit some of them now.
And Mr. Sventis, does that work for you?
Knowing your history, Mr. Hartsfield, I trust we're going to follow that history with the caveats of both parties making their objections known on the record, but that you conditionally admit everything to have a complete record, and then you decide post hearing what weight, if any, to give the exhibits that have been objected to. And knowing that history and having trust in your past rulings, I would suggest to expedite things, that's what we do again. And there are some objections that I'm sure both parties will have, but I think that the best practice for efficiency and expediency is to admit everything and then later determine what weight, if any, you'll give each exhibit.
And you have generally described my practice of I generally let both sides make their record based upon the Texas Supreme Court rulings that in these proceedings, I can make decisions only based on what's the evidence in front of me. So I generally admit everything that you folks offer and then figure out, once I've had the whole story, which pieces to rely on. But certainly I allow folks to make their objections, and sometimes I do end up admitting things for limited purposes based on the objections, and let folks in their post-hearing briefs tell me why it is that I shouldn't rely on something. But Ms. Pfeiffer, let me go back to you and find out if you're comfortable with that process, or do you want to do something different?
I'm comfortable with that.
All right, so with that understanding, I will conditionally admit city exhibits 1 through 14. Do I have that number correct, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
All right. And during the course of the proceeding, Mr. Cervantes, you can tell me your objections. You don't have to wait until the post-hearing brief if you want it in the transcript. And then the same thing for you, Ms. Pfeiffer.
So here's my only concern about the city's exhibits is, to the extent that any of them purport to support the charges, my concern is that some of them may not have been presented to the chief prior to his making a decision. And so if he did not consider them, then I would urge the objection that they're inadmissible because they're not relevant because they weren't considered by the chief.
And my understanding would be that when you examine the fire chief, you'll bring that out as to what, if any, exhibits he may not have looked at when he was making his decision with respect to deciding that there were violations of the civil service rule or department policies, and then the issue of what discipline he imposed.
That's
correct?
That's correct, but I just didn't want to waive any issues by not making a point now.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And I've made that note. And occasionally you will see me looking down and making some notes on a notepad that I have to my right. So with that understanding, I've admitted city exhibits 1 through 14 conditionally. And then I'll admit appellant exhibits 1 through 28, again conditionally, and with the understanding that once I've got the entire record and you've made your proffers of evidence, I can determine which pieces I'm going to rely on. And Ms. Pfeiffer, is that your understanding and work for you as well?
Yes, that is my understanding. And just for the record, so we don't waive any objections, we do object to many of the appellant's submissions based on the fact they're not relevant and they're not even close to what the situation we're here to discuss is, so they can't even be used to show disparate treatment.
All right, and either now, if you just want to rattle off what numbers they are, or if you just want to do it in your post-hearing submissions, or develop it through testimony of the witnesses, your choice how you want to proceed with that. What's your preference?
I would like to do it through through testimony and also through my post-hearing submission.
All right, that's fine. So with that, I've admitted city exhibits 1 through 14 and appellant exhibits 1 through 28, with the understanding that through testimony, the parties will alert me to issues they have with whether I should rely on the information or not, and that they can do it in post-hearing submissions as well. And then I believe that addresses the various administrative
There's one
matters.
last.
Go ahead.
There's
Mr.
one last
Fuentes.
matter. You do not have before you a document that has a bait stamp of COSA 0390 through 0394 Darla Parsons. And that document was produced to us in response to a request for discovery, which Mr. Caldwell sent to the city, and identical requests for production were sent in this case and also in another case. And the city produced production and another case involving a firefighter by the name of Serta. And in an email, Mr. Caldwell told Mr. Urbis that he considered the production and the Serta matter responsive to both this case and to Serta. And Mr. Caldwell never received a response from Mr. Urbis saying that that's incorrect. But regardless, the request for production was identical in both. And so the 0390 and 0394 Darla Parsons was produced. So when the time comes, we'll offer it, but we're not going to offer it now. But when the time comes to question the chief, we'll get into those issues.
And maybe I misspoke, and I'll let Ms. Pfeiffer address it. Maybe I misspoke, but I thought I just conditionally admitted number 28. But Ms. Pfeiffer, your notion about what to do with appellant exhibit 28?
I thought you had already conditionally admitted 28. My understanding is the same as yours. But just so the record is clear, while the requests for production and discovery requests were the same in Serta and Samano from appellant, Serta had an additional request for a subpoena ducis tecum, and that's where the agreement came with Mr. Caldwell, and that agreement was only in Serta, not Samano. So, but either way, the city did not agree to the admissibility of these documents, but we did produce them in that other matter. So I think since we've already agreed they've been conditionally admitted and we'll deal with the objections as we go, I'm not really sure why we're still having this conversation.
I did not understand. I apologize.
All right, so we got that cleared up. And then, Mr. Cervantes, if you can have someone on your staff email me appellant exhibit 28, because I don't have that among the exhibits that are appearing up on my screen.
Okay, and let me see if I can do that now.
All right, and then any other administrative matters that anyone can think of along the way? Ms. Pfeiffer?
Nothing from the city. I will just say we have staggered the witnesses when they're going to arrive at this location. Since we are all in the same place, we're trying to be mindful of our proximity. So we have some scheduled to arrive after 12:30 for the second half of today's session. So if we do end a little early, we may be limited on what witnesses we can bring in at what time.
All right, and certainly we can make adjustments for that. And again, back to my earlier comment about folks being first responders, if we need to take somebody out of order, or we need to interrupt somebody's testimony because there is an emergency, we can just adjust for that.
Thank you, sir.
And my understanding, just so I handle it correctly, is you and Mr. Urbis are in the same room along with the city's representative and the witness, or is the witness in a different room?
We're all in the same room.
All right, and y'all are able to socially distance in your room?
Correct.
Okay, I just always want to be careful to make sure everybody is able to take all the safety precautions they want to take to make them comfortable. And the same way, Mr. Cervantes, it appears to me that you and the appellant are in different rooms, and so you all are certainly socially distancing.
Correct.
All right, so with that, any other issues that we need to address at this time? And one of those occurs to me that we haven't talked about, and that is with the court reporting firm who's hosting this. Is it possible to make me uh, a co-host, just so if something happens, you have already made me co-host. I now see it on my screen. Thank you. That way, if I need to, I can adjust some things along the way. So I appreciate that, Ms. Steves, that you've done that. And I'm assuming that, unless I'm told otherwise, that we're successfully streaming so that the public is able to attend safely and remotely. And if it's sometime we have any glitch there, just let me know. And Ms. Schultz, as a court reporter, certainly let me know anytime you need a break. Often we forget about you. And since we're not in the same room, I can't always tell when you need a break. So feel free just to speak up and ask. And in the same way, if anybody needs to stand up and stretch, that's fine with me, or need to remove jackets because the room you're in starts to get warm, feel free to do that. So I think we've covered everything at this point. And with that, I'm assuming the city will want to do its opening.
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we're here today because a firefighter, at the time he was employed, while he was off duty, he went out, he indulged in a few alcoholic beverages. He then decided to drive his vehicle home from that whatever location he consumed those alcoholic beverages. On the way home, the evidence will show you that he was pulled over by a trooper. That trooper is coming here to testify to you today as to the actions that happened during that stop. He was not able to successfully, the appellant, Mr. Samano, was not able to successfully complete the field sobriety, so he failed that. The trooper then proceeded with his arrest. Mr. Samano at that time complained of chest pains. The evidence will show that EMS was called out to treat Mr. Samano during the course of that arrest. We have those medics here to testify for you during this arbitration, so they can tell you what they observed and what was said to them. From there, the evidence will show that Mr. Samano was taken to the emergency room to make sure that he was, in fact, received any medical care that was necessary. When all of that was completed, that trooper then was finally able to arrest Mr. Samano for driving while intoxicated, DWI. He also, during the course of that stop, Mr. Samano did damage the trooper's vehicle because of his behavior and actions during that arrest. So he was also charged or arrested for criminal mischief. From there, the trooper did take him back to the station, got his blood drawn, the blood was sent off, came back. He was over the legal limit. Excuse me. The evidence will show you that Fire Chief Hood did consider all of this information when he decided what discipline to issue to Mr. Samano, taking into account his behavior during the arrest, the fact that he was driving while intoxicated, and ultimately made the decision to suspend him indefinitely. That's what brings us here today. We have all those witnesses for you to be able to help in your understanding of the events and also in the help in your decision making. And the city is of course asking that at the conclusion of this that you do uphold the indefinite suspension of Mr. Samano.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Cervantes, do you want to make your opening now, or do you want to reserve it?
No, I wish to make it now.
All right, please proceed.
This case is going to be more about what the appropriate punishment is than whether or not Mr. Samano violated the rules. I won't belabor the points of the underlying misconduct, but there's a few minor differences that we would like to point out. Number one, Mr. Samano was having a panic anxiety attack. The EMTs who arrived did place monitors on him and did verify that he was tachycardic and did verify that he was having a panic attack. Whether he damaged property or not, we take issue with. They did file a criminal mischief case, but that case was dismissed. The DWI case was pled out as an obstruction to a highway, not a DWI. And what's important is that the blood alcohol level was below 0.15. And while some people may not find that very helpful or noteworthy, when the chief put out a memo in 2014, he put a memo out saying that hang on a second, I need to cut this off. I got a noisemaker here that's making noise. The 0.15 is important because you'll see that there are other firefighters that after the 2014 memorandum came out about how DWI would be punished, the chief said if there's circumstances that exist, he may not retain a firefighter and he may terminate them. He put out this memo that basically said, for a first time DWI, what will happen is first you'll be given an indefinite suspension. Then after the indefinite suspension, you'll be offered a settlement agreement whereby the punishment will be assessed at 60 days, unless there are circumstances that warrant otherwise. So the memo never described the circumstances that warrant otherwise. But under the Texas Penal Code, when you have a 0.15, it's considered aggravated DWI. In other words, below 0.15, it's only a Class B misdemeanor. The facts here indicate that Mr. Serta was arrested for a Class B misdemeanor under 0.15. He was not above 0.15. However, after his arrest, or before his arrest, and under the memo that talks about the policy that was in effect at the time Mr. Samano was arrested, the policy talked about the circumstances, and there were firefighters that were twice the legal limit and were under the aggravated circumstances, and they were not fired. Additionally, there were firefighters who, while the new policy was in effect, were involved in incidents where they were carrying weapons and also had open containers while they were DWI. The importance of this is if you're in the course of committing a crime, which DWI is, and you have a weapon in your possession, if normally you're allowed under 49.04, whatever it is of the penal code that talks about unlawful carrying, normally under certain circumstances, if you're engaged in lawful activity, you can have a weapon in your car. But if you're committing a crime other than a traffic violation while you're carrying a weapon, then it becomes unlawful carrying. So if you're DWI and have a weapon, then you're not only DWI, but you're unlawful carrying. So we have an instance where a firefighter was both DWI and unlawful carrying. And then there's also instances where some of these firefighters were not only unlawful carrying, but they had open containers of alcohol in their vehicle at the time. So if you have an open container of alcohol in your vehicle at the time, then that's also an aggravating circumstance. And these firefighters were not terminated. Now, prior to the 2014 memorandum, where he talked about the new policy, there's even an instance where a firefighter crashed into two SAPD vehicles, and one of the SAPD officers had to jump over the guardrail to avoid being hit, but nevertheless was injured. That firefighter only got a 15-day suspension. And the point of that suspension is that not only was he drunk, but he caused the death of a person. I mean, almost caused the death of a person and was involved in a collision. So the special circumstances of colliding did not warrant termination. And there's other instances where people have been involved in traffic accidents, and there's several firefighters that have been involved in multiple DWIs. Some of these multiple DWIs have happened after the new policy. Now, mind you, you cannot be punished twice for the same offense if you've already been punished for a DWI. However, under Texas law, if you have more than one DWI, you can enhance that DWI. And so the new DWI second, instead of being a Class B misdemeanor, would be a Class A. And so the point is that when some of these firefighters have committed their second DWI, they are violating a Class A misdemeanor, and that would be a special circumstance. But despite these special circumstances, these firefighters haven't been terminated. And there's also instances where some of these firefighters have been firefighters of rank, such as lieutenants and above. And these lieutenants have not been terminated. And the general principle is that the higher the rank, the better example that you must set. And if you are setting an example and you're not fired, that sends a message to the frontline firefighter of what the standard is. Finally, there was one lieutenant who was at Worst Fest who was intoxicated. She was involved in an altercation with a male. And when police went to try to break up the incident, she pushed the officer and was screaming and cursing at him and was belligerent. And not only was she belligerent, but all the way to the jail, and with jail staff, she was belligerent. And then we have Lieutenant Darla Parsons, who was at the Aztec Theater in March 28th of 2019, which was after this incident, where she was disruptive. She was going to be expelled from the theater because she was loud and hostile. And when she was asked to leave, she threatened a SAPD officer and told him that she was going to beat his ass, and threatened the officer with her credentials, and basically said that don't ever come into my fire station, yada, yada, yada. And she was not fired. So while we don't condone David Samano's actions, what's important in this case is that it was a 2-count indictment, or non-indictment information. They abandoned the DWI. They pursued the obstruction. They didn't file the criminal mischief case, or they dismissed it. Shortly after this incident happened, David Samano went to the substation at DPS where this trooper worked, wanted to apologize to him in person. He was not able to meet with him in person to apologize, but he did apologize to his supervisor, left a note of apology with his supervisor for his behavior. And not only that, but offered to make restitution for any damage that he may have caused. And at no time did either the trooper or the supervisor present to him a bill asking that he make restitution for any purported damage. So at the end of the hearing, we're going to ask that he be reinstated with an appropriate level of punishment. Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Pfeiffer, are you ready to proceed, or do you need a break to arrange for your witness to be there?
The city is ready to proceed with the witness.
All right, if you'll
And
call
we
your
would-
first.
And we would
Mr.
invoke,
Spentus, do you need a break?
we would need to invoke the rule.
All right, so you're wanting to vote the witness rule. And let me just recite what that is, so make sure that everyone has the same understanding of that rule. And that is that none of the witnesses may be in the room when another witness is testifying, except the parties or the representatives. And the witnesses who are not testifying must remain outside the hearing at all times. Uh, and the witnesses should not talk with each other or with any other person about the case. And they're not to read any report or comment upon the testimony in the case under the witness rule that has been invoked. And since we are broadcasting it, they should also not view the broadcast of the hearing. Now, the witnesses can discuss the case with the attorneys outside the presence of other witnesses. Is that the same understanding of the witness rule that the city has?
Yes,
And same understanding that appellant has?
Correct.
All right. Now, then, based on what I can see on my screen, Ms. Pfeiffer, since you and the city's representative are in the same room, I don't know if he's going to be testifying at any point or not, but we just need to be sure that if he does, we don't have another witness in the room while he's testifying.
understood, sir.
All right. And then the same thing for you, Mr. Fuentes. I don't know where you're going to put your witnesses, but just make sure that whoever's testifying is not in the same room as somebody else you're going to be calling as a witness. And if at any time anybody needs to have clarification on that, we will deal with it to make sure that we're doing that. And I will generally explain the witness rule to the witnesses as they're called. So with that, if the city is ready to call its first witness.
Yes, the city would call Chief Rafael Reyes.
All right. And my understanding is Chief Reyes is there in the room with you.
Correct.
All right. And we have a way for focusing the video camera on the chief when he's testifying?
He's on the screen right now under Costa Witness.
Ah, okay. Thank you. I didn't see the name over there, and so I was assuming he was the representative on the screen. Okay, perfect. And if I can have the court reporter swear in the witness, and then I'll go over a few things with the witness. So, Ms. Schultz, if you'll swear in the witness for me.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to offer in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, Chief, you were in the room when I was explaining the witness rule. Any questions about the witness rule?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And then I understand that you're in the same room as Ms. Pfeiffer and Mr. Urbis, and I take it there's nobody else in the room with you folks at the moment.
The the department representative, Chief Monstier.
Ah, all right, thank you. All right, so that gets us who all is in the room. When you're testifying, if you don't hear a question, please ask for it to be repeated. And if you don't understand it, feel free to say you don't understand it and ask for it to be phrased. There may be an objection to a question. If you'll allow me to rule on the objection before you start to answer, that will make things go smoother. And once Ms. Pfeiffer finishes with her questions, Mr. Cervantes may have some questions for you. If you need a break at any time, simply say so and we can take a break. And if you will, ideally answer verbally for the questions rather than shaking your head or nodding your head. The court reporter can see you do it, but it makes for a clearer record when you answer out loud. And then whenever you're referring to documents to refresh your memory, if you'll let me know. Again, generally I can tell because on your video I can see that you've got a binder in front of you, and I can generally discern when you're looking down at something. But again, it's helpful to me for a clean record if you'll tell me that you're referring to a document when you're needing to do so to refresh your memory. Any questions about my request?
No, sir.
All right, thanks very much. And if at any time you have a question about anything, feel free to ask, or if there's any time there's a document that's being displayed on the screen, and you don't happen to have it in front of you, let us know and we'll make sure that we correct that issue. And whenever you need enough time to flip to an exhibit, let us know and we'll give you that time. All right, sir?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. And then if you're ready, Ms. Pfeiffer, please begin your examination.
Thank you, sir. Chief, please introduce yourself to the hearing examiner.
Chief Ralph Reyes. I am the San Antonio Fire Department custodian of records.
How long have you been with the San Antonio Fire Department?
21 years.
Are you familiar with the manner in which records are created and maintained by virtue of your duties and responsibilities?
Yes.
Okay, please take a look at the binder in front of you. With regard to City Exhibit 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, is it the regular practice of the San Antonio Fire Department to make these types of records at or near the time of each act, event, condition, opinion, or diagnosis set forth in the records?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these records made by or from information transmitted by persons with knowledge of the matter set forth?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it the regular practice of the San Antonio Fire Department to keep these types of records in the course of regularly conducted business activity?
Yes.
Is it the regular practice of the business of San Antonio Fire Department to make these records?
Yes.
Nothing further, pass the witness.
Chief, what were those exhibit numbers that you testified that were business records?
It was 1, 2, I believe it was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Okay. And have you been asked to determine whether any of those records that you mentioned were provided to Chief Hood prior to firefighter Samano receiving his indefinite suspension?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether the chief received any of those prior to his indefinite suspension, do you?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, do you have the book that has exhibits 1 through 14 in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, aside from the rules and regulations and the CBA, if we're talking about 1 through 12, you don't know whether Chief Hood received any of those documents prior to firefighter Samano being terminated, correct?
No.
Okay, and do you also have a book of union exhibits in front of you?
Yeah, on the red, starts with the red.
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to look at the first 2 pages of that and have Samano 0001 and Samano 0002. Do you recognize that letter from Chief Hood dated December 9th, 2014?
Yes.
Were you asked to bring any records to determine whether firefighter Samano received a copy of this memo prior to being terminated from the city of San Antonio?
No, I wasn't asked.
Do you know whether or not he in fact received this prior to being terminated?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, in this document, they talk about how, and then we're talking about Samano 0001 and 0002. They talk about, in the third paragraph, third line, based upon circumstances surrounding the arrest, a release and settlement may be offered to an employee that will include a minimum 60-day suspension, so on and so forth. The term circumstances surrounding the arrest, have you ever seen any memos from the fire department defining what circumstances surrounding the arrest mean?
No,
Do you know what circumstances surrounding the arrest means?
no,
Okay. Has anyone, of course, having discipline issued to anyone under your chain of command ever explained to you what that means?
I'm gonna have to object to, I didn't quite understand the question, but also this line of questioning, he's only testified that he's the custodian of records, not that he's had any hand in discipline for anyone.
All right, well, let me ask a few questions. What's your rank, chief?
yeah, I'm the division chief.
And under your command, I would take it that at times firefighters are considered for discipline under your command. Is that correct?
I only have one uniform under my command, and I've never been in a situation where I had discipline.
Okay, prior to being chief, were you a captain?
Yes,
Okay, and as captain, there were people under your command that were considered for discipline, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that as part of good management, the fire department asked supervisors what kind of troop a person is before discipline is imposed, correct?
yes.
And so during the course of your duties as a captain, has anyone explained to you from the ranks of deputy chief, assistant chief, or the chief himself, what is meant by special circumstances in this memo?
No,
All right. And nothing further.
Any redirect, Ms. Pfeiffer?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your testimony. And then, Ms. Pfeiffer, if you're ready to call your next witness.
Yes, sir, we're gonna call the Trooper Juan de la Garza, and we're just gonna grab him from the waiting room and bring him in.
All right, thank you.
And then the other one didn't arrive until about 12:30.
that's the medic.
All right, Trooper, and you can see everybody's gonna be on the screen there, and then you'll be on the camera right here, so you'll just, and that's your microphone, so you'll just talk and it should be able to pick you up.
For sure.
All right. All right, Mr. Hartzell, we have Trooper de la Garza here.
Thank you. And Trooper, my name is Will Hartswell. I'm the hearing examiner, and I'm going to ask the court reporter to swear you in.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to offer in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Trooper, I'm going to ask a couple of things of you as we go through the proceeding. And if any time you have any questions or you can't hear something, please let us know. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And the witness rule has been invoked. And I'm assuming that in your background, you've been told what the witness rule means, or do you need me to give you a quick summary of it?
You go ahead and give me a quick summary.
All right, sir. The witness rule in this proceeding means that other than the parties or the representatives, the witnesses must remain outside of the hearing room except when they're testifying. That as a witness, you should not talk with any other witness or with any other person about the case, and you're not to read any report or comment upon the testimony in the case while under the rule. And since this is being broadcast, you ought not to go out to YouTube and look at the rest of the proceedings. However, you may discuss the case with the attorneys in the case outside the presence of other attorneys. Ms. Pfeiffer, anything you want to add to my description?
No, sir.
Mr. Cervantes, anything else you'd like to add to my description?
No,
And Trooper, did that make sense to you, or do you have some questions?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Understand.
And then I know you've got some documents in front of you, because I can see the binder. So as you're referring to it, if you'll let me know, that'll be helpful and create a clear record, even though I can see it. And also when you're answering questions, if you can answer verbally, as opposed to our normal habit of shaking our head or nodding our head, that will help the court reporter. And if you'll allow the folks to finish their question before you start to answer, that will also help the court reporter, because she can't take down two people who are talking at the same time. And if at any time you don't understand a question, just ask for it to be rephrased. And there might be an objection to one of the questions asked of you. If you'll give me enough time to rule on the objection before you start to answer, that will make things go faster. And then after the city's attorney, Ms. Pfeiffer, gets finished asking you a question, Mr. Cervantes may have some question for you. He's the attorney representing the appellant in the matter. I don't know if you have a cell phone or other communication device on you, but if you'll mute that, that will
I
help
just
us.
turned it off.
Thank you, sir. Although certainly if there's an emergency that you need to respond to, just let us know and we'll make adjustments for that, since we know you're a first responder. So with that, any questions about any of my requests, sir?
No, sir. Not at all.
Oh. Thank you very much. And then Ms. Pfeiffer, just to summarize things, the folks who are in the room now are the same folks now, except we now have the trooper as a witness, and we haven't added anybody with respect to the
That's
witness.
correct.
All
And
right,
Chief
thank you.
Reyes has exited the room.
I saw him leave. Thank you. So with that, Ms. Pfeiffer, if you'll begin your questioning of the witness.
Okay, thank you, sir. Trooper, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
My name is Trooper Juan Carlos de la Garza.
And Trooper, how long have you been, well, first of all, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I've been employed with them since May of 2008. I spent my first year as non-commissioned, and here March 27th, 12 days from now, it'll be 12 years as a commissioned officer.
Thank you for your service. I'd like to talk to you about a date in January 31st, 2019. Were you on duty that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have reason to pull over an individual by the name of David Samano?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for the arbitrator what you were doing that necessitated the pulling that vehicle over.
I was ending my shift. I was traveling through the frontage of 1604 southbound at the time in January 31st, 2019. That part of 1604 frontage was under construction, and they were still finishing up the merging of the exit ramp. So there was construction zone. It was a construction zone. There was clearly checked barrels that guided the traffic through there. As I'm coming through that, I made a left turn from State Highway 151 onto 1604. I noticed a pickup in front of me that was not staying in its lane of travel. Caught up to it. I proceeded to follow it, and once it came out of the construction zone, I continued to observe that it was still fighting and driving a single lane. And therefore, I I conducted a traffic stop on said vehicle.
Okay. And, just so I can, for the record, if you will look at what has been marked as, City's Exhibit 3, which is poster number 6, should be open right there for you.
Okay.
Should be. Looks like it's 5 pages long. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am, this is our THP 6 report.
Okay, so this is basically a police report for your
Yes, ma'am,
department.
for our department, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, is it did you create this report?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Did you create this pursuant to your duties as a trooper?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the events that happened that night?
It is.
And was this document maintained by the Department of Public Safety in accordance with its policies and procedures?
That's where it's at, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go back then. So you observe this truck that's not maintaining its lane of travel, you pull it over. Do you identify the driver?
Yes, ma'am, I identified the driver. Part of our traffic stop, we have 7 steps that we have to follow, and one of it's asking for, providing the reason for the traffic stop, asking for a driver license and proof of insurance.
Okay. And when you did that, who was the driver of this vehicle that you pulled over?
I identified the driver with his Texas driver license, and I identified him as Mr. Samano, David Roy, with a August 3, 1983 birthday.
Okay. And what type of training did you have in order to recognize traffic violations and pull over individuals?
Training, well, we go through a training, our academy, which is 6 months. On it, we do have I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have a 3-week up to maybe a month of traffic code violations that we go through in classroom. Then once we get that and we graduate from the academy, we're on the field for 6 months with a field training officer watching over us, make sure that we are recognizing the violations that we've read and learned in the classroom, and therefore conduct traffic stops on that, and to have a good understanding, because some of that wording can be, I want to say, it's hard to understand unless you break it down and say, okay, this is what it really means. This is what a failed drive with single lane means. This is what prohibited driving shoulder and so forth.
Okay. And so when you pulled Mr. Samano over on January 31st, 2019, were you up to date on that training?
Yes.
All right. So when you pull Mr. Samano over, what do you observe when you pull him over, when you go to identify him?
As soon as I walk up to the vehicle, I always give people the benefit of the doubt when it comes to driving while intoxicated cases. I walk up to the vehicle, and one of the first things that I noticed was the odor of alcohol, and I noticed his eyes. I look at his eyes look glossy, red shut eyes, and once I start speaking with him, I noticed a slur in the speech.
Okay. And these things that you've identified, glossy, red eyes, odor of alcohol, and slur in speech, what do they indicate to you as a trooper?
To me, in my experience, it's an indication of a possible intoxicated driver.
Have you been trained on how to identify these traits as intoxicated drivers?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of training had you received for that?
On that, we also received 2 weeks of in the academy in the 6 months. 2 weeks of what would we call it? The driving while intoxicated investigation, as far as like getting certified with a breath test, getting certified, giving the standardized field sobriety test, and taking the exams to make sure that I pass before I proceed to the next part of the classroom.
And when you were observing these things of Mr. Samano on January 31st, 2019, were you up to date on that training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so after you notice these things, the glossy eyes, the red eyes, the odor of alcohol, slur in speech, what do you do?
I asked him to step out of the vehicle so I can further investigation. As I said earlier, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. So one of those things that I have to do is I asked them to conduct some standardized field sobriety tests just so they can prove me wrong. If they're in good health and if they're in all 5 senses, I have no issues with letting them continue to drive home or work, wherever it is that they're going to.
Okay. So when you initiated the field sobriety test, what test did you conduct on Mr. Samano?
Well, the test that we conduct are standardized field sobriety tests where we get trained on, and that's the only thing that we are allowed to allow a suspect or a possible intoxicated driver to perform.
Okay. So walk us through that night
So the
with
first-
Mr. Samano. What did you do?
The first thing that I asked was to conduct the horizontal gaze and the nystagmus test. That's a test where I visually look at his eyes to make sure that I don't see any clues on or signs of intoxication.
Okay. And when you performed this test, did you find signs of intoxication with Mr. Samano?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Did you,
Well, give me one second. I'll look at the. Sorry about that.
May I make a request for a 3-minute break?
Oh, that's fine with
Is
the
that-
city.
Sure, all right, let's take a short break. And if you can mute your microphones, that will be helpful. And are we ready to resume, Mr. Swintus?
Yes, thank you for the break.
Sure, Ms. Pfeiffer?
The city's ready.
All right, we're back on the record. And for the record, while we were on the break, I checked my email and I saw that I'd received appellant exhibit 28 and an index for the appellant's exhibit. So I now have those on my computer. So with that, Ms. Pfeiffer, if you'll resume your questioning of the witness.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so Trooper, what we were talking about was, before we took that break, was conducting the field sobriety test. So before I move back onto that, let me ask you, when you pulled Mr. Samano over, did you ask him, have you been drinking?
Yes.
What did he respond?
Let me look at the report because I think I put it on there. From what I put on the report, he just replied yes.
Okay, so he did admit to drinking earlier.
And if I remember correctly, I think he had mentioned something about being with some friends from the department
Okay,
somewhere. I don't recall if it was a party or something. He was coming with some coworkers from work.
all right. And so, okay, so let's go back to, you get him out of the vehicle and you're performing this horizontal gaze
That's diagnosed.
nystagmus test. All right, so walk us through what happened then.
So that's what I was looking for right now. I was looking for my the THP-1A, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it's called, the 1A, because I did notice that it was circled. I'm not sure where it's at on here, and that's the standardized field sobriety checklist. You want me to use it from my copy? Is it okay? Or do I need to go through the one on here?
Okay, sure.
It should be on here. I noticed that it was circled, and somebody had put the 4 and 8. Not sure if everybody can see that, but I did that because if I'm not able to observe the individual perform those tests, I don't give him any. I guess you could say I don't ding him or I don't count it against him. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. When it came to the horizontal gaze nystagmus, I tried Mr. Samano multiple times to perform it, but every time I would do the test, I would go left and he would go right. If I went right, he went left. Then he wouldn't follow my finger or the stimulus at the time, and I had to repeat that multiple times when I just decided to stop and end the test there.
Okay, let me back up a little bit because I've never been pulled over for DWI, so I may not understand exactly, and I'm sure other people are like me. When you're doing this HGN test, what am I actually doing? Am I following a finger with my eye? What is it?
Okay, sorry. So the horizontal gaze nystagmus, I'm looking for the involuntary jerking of the eye as I move a stimulus, either a pen, a light, my finger, like I do. I use my finger.
Okay.
And I move it from left to right, up and down, and I look for the involuntary jerking of the eye. When that is present on the suspect, that indicates one of two things. Either they're fatigued to the point to where they cannot drive, and there's still a safety issue, or they're intoxicated by the means of prescribed medication, alcohol, foreign substances in the person's body that makes them intoxicated and not able to operate a motor vehicle safely.
Okay. And so when you perform this eye test then with Mr. Samano, you said that he wasn't following the instructions.
Correct.
What does that tell you as based on your training and experience as a trooper?
So in my training and my experiences, I've learned and I've noticed that individuals, suspects, at times don't want to. They're kind of realizing what's taking place. So, like I said, I always give them benefit of doubt to prove me otherwise. But people start to hesitate, to stall, take the traffic stop longer, to where I don't know if the suspects believe that I'm gonna forget what I'm looking at or why I stopped them, or what. I don't know what somebody goes through because I don't know what they're going through prior to me making contact with them. So I've learned that when I start noticing the tactic of or the scenarios where like they're just stalling and they don't want to do it, they start doing the opposite. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to. I didn't see how far you went. Or I understand. I don't quite understand, so I have to repeat. And that's one of the things that takes longer on the standardized field sobriety test. When a person says, "Well, I don't understand that part," I have to stop everything that I'm doing and repeat the entire spiel from beginning to the end, just so they can understand it. Not because I'm being rude, not because I'm being hard to deal with or anything. It's part of the standardized field sobriety test as far as like whenever we're taught that, like, if they say, "Well, I don't understand what you mean by follow it to the left," demonstrate it to them and start from the beginning. Start your spiel, the instructions again, and go from beginning to end.
And so if I understand correctly, as you're doing this test, Mr. Samano is not understanding the instructions or doing the steps incorrectly.
Correct.
Does that indicate to you that he is somehow inebriated and unable to drive?
So heavily intoxicated individuals sometimes will do the opposite, and I've seen it both sides. I've seen it where some are intoxicated heavily, and they're compliant as can be.
I'm gonna object to, objection to relevancy. What other people may or may not do is irrelevant. The only thing relevant in this case is, we've laid the foundation for his expertise to offer an opinion. So I think, the only thing relevant is what was his conclusion after his testing and what the results were and what happened. What other people is not relevant.
Yeah, Ms.
And
Pfeiffer,
based
your
on his
response?
training and experience is how he offers that opinion, and so what he's seen and observed in his time as 12 years as a trooper, would weigh into that opinion.
I'll overrule the objection and allow you to make your record as to what was the background information he had in order to make his judgment in this case and offer his opinion.
Thank you, sir. All right, so you were saying, so I believe I asked you, he wasn't following the instructions. What does that tell you?
So to me, it's the intoxication or suspects are all different. They're never the same. I'll get some that are compliant, others that are not. In this case particular, the suspect I had, Mr. Samano, was not being compliant at the time.
Okay. And you said that you weren't able, you had to eventually stop the test. Why would you stop the test?
So, from the moment I noticed that, I guess, like I said, and I'm not saying that he did it intentionally, but individuals, once they realize that it's not going to work out for them, and I have to base my decision on everything on the totality of everything that I've got going on. At the time of the traffic stop, it was a dark area. We had just come out of a construction zone. Traffic was still flowing through, and the speed limit there is 50 on the frontage. And we're standing between vehicles, the vehicle on the lane of travel. So therefore, I made the decision and the conclusion that I was just going to make the arrest for driving while intoxicated and proceed with the rest of my investigation at a safer location.
Okay, so you didn't conduct, after this HGN test, you didn't conduct any more field tests because of the safety, the surrounding circumstances.
So that's where I was going to, on the THPA, that's why I have zeros on there, because I wasn't able to perform any of the tests because he wasn't compliant and he wasn't understanding what I was given to.
Okay.
So on there, that's why I have zeros on there, and somebody circled, and I was like, well, if I don't observe those clues of on the HGN, the walk and turn, or the one leg stand, I cannot ding him for it. I cannot count it against him.
Okay. And so you'd mentioned that, you'd follow up your investigation in a safer location.
Correct.
That was your intention, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you decide to go ahead and proceed with the arrest of driving while intoxicated for Mr. Samano, what happens then?
I advise him that I'm making the decision. If I'm mistaken, I'd have to look at the video again. I'm not quite sure if I told him the reasons for it, as far as with the dark area. But I told him that I was going to go off of what I've had because of my training, my experience. That I observed his driving behavior, his mood changes started to show, his inability to understand and comprehend the simple instructions of following with his eyes to the left or the right, the stalling, and the strong odor of alcohol. So I just made a decision on those clues and advised him he was going to be placed under arrest for driving while intoxicated.
Okay, and you said his mood changes became apparent. What mood changes?
At first he was kind of cooperative. Then once I did advise him that he was going to be placed under arrest, he became a little bit more, that's where the belligerent began. His behavior, his mood changed, and he started to get upset.
Okay. And again, forgive my ignorance, but, it seems like if you're getting arrested, a lot of people get upset.
Correct, and I understand that.
Did Mr. Samano do anything during this time that rose out of the ordinary for you?
So at first, as I went to place handcuffs on him, I noticed that he kind of tensed up. Mr. Samano is a little bit bigger than me, and I didn't think nothing of it. So a lot of times when I have individuals like that kind of tense up when I'm placing handcuffs, to me, it's an indication of either it's going to be a fight or a flight. So I wasn't sure if he was going to run or if he wanted to fight, but I tried to hurry up, put the handcuffs just to have some restraint on the suspect. And with Mr. Samano, I did that. I placed the handcuffs on him as fast as I could, not because I feared or anything. I understand that people are going through something at that time, and the last thing I want to do is add more charges or hurt them. And I'm not saying that that's my intent when I do an arrest. I don't want to do more than what I have to. So after that, I placed him in the vehicle, and that's when he started becoming more belligerent, and I had to call for backup.
Okay. And I'm going to stop you there, and we'll
Yes,
go
ma'am.
into some more of that. But at the time that you made the arrest, did you have enough info based on Mr. Samano's actions to make the arrest for driving while intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. So now you get Mr. Samano in handcuffs. You said you put him in your vehicle. Where do you place him in your vehicle?
So the Department of Public Safety does not have what's known, I guess, in the field as cages or secluded, or not secluded, but a confined area for suspects that are being transported. We transport our individuals and the suspects in the front seat of the vehicle.
Okay. So you put Mr. Samano in handcuffs in the front seat of your
Front right
vehicle.
passenger seat.
And when you put him in the front seat, the front passenger seat of your vehicle, what did he do?
So I place him in there and I secure him with a seatbelt as well. I don't recall if I have a leg restraints, and I don't believe I put them on him. But after that, after what he did, so while I put him in there, I'm standing outside talking to the deputy that showed up to help and explain the situation to him. I believe he started complaining about chest pains, that he couldn't breathe, and not that I ignored him. Oh, the camera's going.
Oh, weird.
Not that I ignored him, but I already knew he was upset, and he was already calling me a bunch of things, and I just didn't want to listen to it. So I just closed the door, and I didn't want to listen to it, just because I understand that some individuals try to get a rise of the officers to see their reaction. So I just closed the door and separated myself from him. I noticed that a banging started happening, so I went back to the vehicle, and I noticed that he had kicked the front dash, and he had kicked my camera off the windshield.
Okay. In your 12 years of being a trooper, is it common for individuals to start kicking inside your vehicle, causing damage?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that he had called you names. What kind of names did he call you?
If I can refer to the report, I'm going to go to page number 3. I guess you could say bullet or line 17. He called me a security guard. He called me a faggot. He also made comments about that I pray that I never need his services because he wouldn't help me or my family.
Okay. And did you take that to mean his services as a San Antonio Fire Department employee?
Correct.
Okay. And at what point did he communicate to you he was a firefighter for the San Antonio?
At the beginning of the conversation, like I said, that was part of me noticing the mood changes. At first, he was kind of cooperative. He was compliant. He's cooperative. He told me what he did, his occupation, and he's like, man, I'm gonna lose the job. And please, I'm trying to get home. And I repeated myself, like, well, I just want to make sure that you're okay to go out and drive. And he's like, it's right around the corner. Just let me go home. And like I said, I was already engaged in the investigation.
Okay. And so, so you notice he's kicking inside your vehicle and he's causing the damage, I think you said, to your dash and your camera.
Correct.
What steps do you take? Oh, and you said he complained of chest pain.
Correct.
What steps do you take at this time when he complains of chest pain? What do you do?
So the first thing that I did was call for EMS. One, because I don't want to have a death in custody situation on my hands. But I called for EMS just to have him checked out to make sure that I wasn't taking somebody with a medical condition to the jail.
Okay.
Like I said, and I mentioned, I always do it. I'll give them benefit of the doubt, and their health is going to be more important than an arrest for me. So I called for EMS to come out and check them out. At that point, I believe San Antonio PD officers showed up as well to assist me. And that was a whole different story besides that. And so once EMS arrived on scene, I believe I provided him with a phone call. We called his spouse to come over to pick up the vehicle.
Okay. Let's talk then about EMS. Outside of a medical condition, are there any reasons that you know of based on your training and experience that someone would complain of a medical condition during an arrest?
Again, part of what some people would take it to the extreme to for a stalling tactic, and this is not the first time I've seen that happen.
Okay. So EMS arrived, did they check out Mr. Samano?
EMS arrived on scene, and I advised them of the situation I have, and they go and they're like, oh, okay, we'll get them checked out and we'll go from there.
Okay. So what happens next with EMS?
So what happens next with EMS? They check his vitals. I give him the space, and just because I know he's sitting inside. So at that point, I take the seatbelt off, and I let them do their medical thing with him and check him out as far as EMS goes. I kind of step away, give him the room, and they make the determination that Mr. Samano needs to be transported for whatever he mentioned to them as far as conditions.
Okay.
So they made the decision to transport him. At that same time, Mr. Samano's spouse arrived on scene, and I asked her if she had a second driver to take the vehicle, and she was more concerned with picking Mr. Samano up. And I advised her again that I hadn't called her for her to pick up her husband, but to pick up the vehicle.
Okay.
So I had to wait for a record to show up.
Okay, so we get the car taken care of, finally the record comes. Now EMS has said they need to transport Mr. Samano to the hospital. Is he ultimately transported to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where do you go at that time?
At that time, I followed it. I had given instructions to the paramedics not to leave the scene until the vehicle was picked up and taken off, and then I followed to Santa Rosa ER. I believe it's the hospital
Okay,
on
so
State Highway 151.
you go to the hospital with Mr. Samano. Is he checked out by hospital staff?
Yes, ma'am. So he was taken into the ER, and he was checked out by the staff at the time.
Okay. And did the hospital determine anything was medically wrong with Mr. Samano at that time?
No, ma'am. The doctor did his medical thing there at the hospital and cleared him. And once he got cleared, I got the papers for his clearing. And then at that time, I called for a deputy to come and assist me to transport him, just because I didn't want to take that. I didn't want to take the risk and the chance of him being belligerent again on the way to the jail. And two, my camera was not mounted, so I had no way of means of recording the transportation from the hospital to the jail.
And your camera wasn't mounted because he had already kicked it off?
Correct.
Okay. So the hospital releases Mr. Samano with nothing wrong. You transported then, he is then transported to the jail at your insistence. When you get to the jail, what happens at the jail?
So we get to the jail. If I'm not mistaken, if I can go through like I said, I'm not sure where this stuff is at on here. So if it's okay with everybody, I'm gonna go through the paperwork that I have. Ma'am, sir? Okay? Okay. So I made the traffic stop at 2:10 in the morning, and I arrived at the jail I arrived at the jail at 5:30 a.m. approximately.
Okay, so it's taken 3 hours, approximately 3 hours to get from the time of the stop back to the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when you get to the jail, are you able to finally get a breathalyzer sample?
So once we're at the jail, I provide Mr. Samano the opportunity to do the test. He just doesn't want to comply no more. So I read him the DIC 24. the statutory warning
Okay,
and asking for a sample, a specimen of his breath. The 24. And asking for a specimen of his breath, and he says yes. So he says yes, and I go through the process of going through the machine. And then once we walk up to the machine, start doing the stuff, he's like, nope, go get a warrant. I'm not providing voluntarily. So I had to stop, and I had to go get a warrant.
okay. And why would someone initially tell you yes and then change their mind and say no?
Again, part of,
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Based on your training and experience, why would someone do that?
Objection, speculation, state of mind of another.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to take the witness's answer simply as to what his experience is in these circumstances, not that this was what was in the mind of the appellant at the time, just what his experience is.
Thank you, Mr. Hartsdale. So Trooper, why, based on your training and experience, would someone initially say, yes, you can have a sample, a breath sample, but then ultimately say no?
in my experience, it's just the mood change, the attitude.
And I think before we were talking about, you mentioned something about stalling. What was that?
Just stalling tactic, just taking longer. At the time when we walked in, the jail was very busy, so I had to wait quite some time to get the warrant as well.
Okay. So you ultimately got a warrant, and you were able to take a blood sample from Mr. Samano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You take the blood sample and you mail that off to the crime lab, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What time ultimately did you get the blood sample?
The blood draw was conducted at 7:46 in the morning.
Okay. So you initially stopped him at 2:10 a.m. and you get the blood sample at 7:40 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your training and experience, what happens to a sample when it takes this long, approximately 5 hours, to ultimately get the sample itself?
I'm gonna object on the grounds that even our courts have said you can't extrapolate on the absorption or elimination of alcohol, and therefore even a toxilizer operators can't give an opinion, so it's not relevant and not admissible. That he lacks the expertise and human functions to be able to give an opinion, that there are so many variables involved, and that courts do not permit extrapolation testimony.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, your response?
I'm gonna rephrase the question, but ultimately still ask something similar, and just what he does or does not know about a situation like this.
Well, he doesn't have personal knowledge, and he's not an expert, and and courts do not permit extrapolation testimony, and that's essentially what she's trying to do through the back door.
Well, I'll give you a running objection to this line of questioning, Mr. Cervantes. I'll allow her to create the record, and then in your post-hearing submissions, you can walk me through why it is I shouldn't rely on this line of testimony that she may elicit from this witness.
So Trooper, let me just ask it this way. Based on your training and experience, do you know whether a sample taken 5 hours after the stop is the same level of intoxication as it would have been at 2?
I'm going to object. She hasn't laid the predicate for his ability to have knowledge of that. You know, what studies he's done, what literature he's read, what other circumventing factors, contributing factors. You know, it could be that something is on the rise or on the decline. We don't know. And there can be a rise and decline, and it could be the same at the same time as on the road. We just don't know. It's just too speculative. That's why courts don't allow it. You know, there's a curve of a rise and a drop, and we don't know whether there's a rise or drop based upon he lacks information to be able to offer an opinion. We don't know when the last drink was. We don't know what food was consumed. There's just too many variables. So it's just speculation. It doesn't aid or assist the the fact finder and what he needs to decide.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, I saw you nodding your head.
Well, I asked
What's your
Mr.
response?
I asked the trooper based on his training and experience, so that, all I'm asking is in the course of his employment, what he would have seen. And he's already testified as to the training he's received as it relates to DWI, in the course of his profession. I'm not asking for a medical opinion. I'm not asking for a scientific opinion. I'm asking for his opinion.
Well, it's not relevant unless he knows in this case what happened.
Well, again, Mr. Sventis, I'll give you a running objection to this line of questionings, and I'll allow Ms. Pfeiffer to make her record. And then after she's finished with creating her record in your post-hearing submission, you can tell me why I shouldn't rely on this line of testimony. So Ms. Pfeiffer, I'll let you continue with your questioning. If you need to have the court reporter read back your last question, you may do that, or you may just rephrase your question, whatever you prefer.
I don't remember exactly what I asked you, but essentially, Trooper, can you tell me, based on your training and experience, whether a sample taken 5 hours after the initial stop would be more potent or less potent as it relates to the alcohol submission?
So that, like Mr. Cienfuentes was saying, I'm not an expert. I can't testify to that because I don't know all those variables like he was mentioning. A lot of it's got to do with height, weight, meals, sleep, work, fatigue. There's so many variables on there. I cannot answer that as an expert on that because I don't have that profession. I don't have that education. But I've seen it to where it's some people are going down and some people are going up. I just don't know. I'm not that expert.
Okay. And let me just ask you then, why would someone stall, based on your training experience, why would someone stall for the 5 hours to get the blood sample?
Objection calls for speculation, not relevant.
Overruled. I'll give you some room, Ms. Pfeiffer.
Again, just not a person, a subject, not wanting to come to the conclusion of what's happening, what's already taken place. But that's just my personal opinion. Again, a stalling tactic that I've noticed throughout 12 years.
Okay. Ultimately, you arrested Mr. Samano for driving while intoxicated and criminal mischief, $100 to $750. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else that stood out to you during the course of this arrest that we haven't discussed today?
Other than that, just Mr. Samano was the first, I guess I mentioned earlier, or I'm not sure if I did, professional or first responder to behave in that manner. I've arrested lawyers and doctors, and he's the first person that's ever treated me in that manner.
Okay. And when you say treated you in that manner, are you referring to verbally assaulting you?
The verbal names, the behavior, the mood swings from the intoxication, just in overall, everything.
And does that include then the first time someone damaged your vehicle in the course?
That is the first time somebody's damaged my vehicle as well.
Okay. And let me just ask you, you mentioned that you knew he was a firefighter, and I think I read your report somewhere. Did Mr. Samano ever talk to you about the brotherhood between firefighters and law enforcement?
I don't like to put stuff like that on the report, but somewhere in there along the lines, it was like, I'm just trying to go home. Come on, I'm just trying to go home.
And what did you take that to mean?
I understood it as he was asking he played for me to release him to go home.
Speculation.
Overruled. I'll allow Ms. Pfeiffer to create her record with the understanding that there's an objection, and I'll give you a running objection to that line of questioning.
Let me ask you to take a look at your report. It's COSA Exhibit 3, page 8, paragraph 18.
Okay?
Okay, so we talked a little bit about, Mr. Samano mentioning the brotherhood. And paragraph 18 here, if I'm reading this correctly, he's talking about getting this case dismissed from the district attorney. Tell me about that, what happened there?
Yes, like I said, I understood that he was upset, he was mad, and wasn't probably the good guy here at the moment. So he just, part of the intoxication is people, it's known as throwing out names or throwing out people that we know, and along the lines that he mentioned to me that I was wasting my time with him because the case was going to get dismissed because he had personal, knowledge of the district attorney's office or the district attorney himself here in Dare County, and that it would just be easier for me to just let him go.
Okay. And after the conclusion of all of this, did Mr. Samano reach out to you to try to apologize for his behavior?
Yes, Mr. Samano tried multiple times to reach out to me, but I had to remind my chain of command and supervisors of who he was and what had happened. And if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones that spoke to him and explained to him that we couldn't have any contact until the proceedings of the civil or the criminal took place. Then we could probably talk about it. But before that, we weren't able to talk to each other.
Okay, so any contact that he would have tried to make with you, you would have politely ignored because of the ongoing criminal case. It would have been inappropriate.
Correct.
Okay. So just so I can go over things just very clearly that, prior to pulling him over, you didn't know he was a firefighter,
Correct.
but you noticed that he was swerving lanes and unable to maintain his lane.
Correct.
After you pull him over, you notice the odor of alcoholic beverage.
Correct.
You notice his eyes are glassy.
Correct.
You notice that he's got slurred speech.
Correct.
And that his eyes are red, I believe you described it.
Blood red eyes. Yeah.
Bloodshot eyes. And then as he's standing here, he's standing there, he's swaying. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your opinion, was his driving endangering the lives of the public?
Yes. One, like I mentioned, when I observed the driving behavior, he was inside a construction zone. Luckily, he didn't cross those barrels where he could have just ended up on those concrete barriers that are there sometimes used for construction or off the road.
And have you, in the course of your 12 years as a trooper, seen accidents caused by drivers under the influence of alcohol?
Many times.
And do those accidents, have you ever seen them cause injuries to others?
Yes, I've seen fatalities, and it's gone lawsuits from tires to vehicle models and stuff like that. It's just a lot.
And after you sent the blood sample in to the crime lab, did the DPS receive that report back, that analysis back?
Yes, ma'am. If I could go through it right here.
And it's
It's on your book, I'm not sure.
yes, Exhibit 4. Should be the
So
front
I
page
received,
of this.
yes, ma'am. I received that case, I received it back on March 20th, 2019.
Okay.
Approximately sometime, 1 or 2 days after this, when I opened my emails and
Sure.
printed it.
And
But
what was Mr. Samano's blood alcohol level?
the result was a 0.120.
And is that higher or lower than the legal limit?
That's higher than the legal limit.
So based on your training and experience, did Mr. Samano, was he driving while intoxicated?
He was.
What is the legal limit for alcohol in a
The legal limit is going to be 0.08, correction, 0.08 in the state of Texas.
0.08? Okay.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Trooper De La Garza, my name is Ben Cifuentes. Good morning. there's a question I ask you that you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try my best to rephrase it to make it clearer, correct? We have an agreement on that, correct?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay, all right. Now, Trooper De La Garza, what trooper level are you? Or Trooper 1, 2, or what is it? What are they levels these days?
I am Trooper 3, and
Okay.
on the 27th of this will be Trooper 4.
All right, so briefly tell the hearing examiner what one has to go through to achieve the rank of Trooper 3.
Mr. Cifuentes, you kind of broke in and out. Are you asking how I achieved my rank?
Yes, please describe to the hearing examiner what someone has to go through to achieve a Trooper 3 rank.
So a Trooper 3 rank, it's so we don't promote. It's called a promotion, a lateral promotion. That every 4 years, as long as there's nothing pending, investigations, criminal investigations against the officer, or any disciplinary action pending against him, he promotes from Trooper 1 to Trooper 2 every 4 years from the date of graduating the academy. So my graduation date with the academy was March 27, 2009. So at 4 years, I went from Trooper 1 to Trooper 2. Then from this, after the 9, 10, 11, 12, 2012, I went from Trooper 2 to Trooper 3, and so forth. And so on March 27th of this year, I'll be going from Trooper 3 to Trooper 4.
All right, and so is there any type of promotional exam you have to take, or do you have to show proficiency each time you're put
So sorry to stop you. I apologize for that. So that process has changed in the 12 years. In my first 8 years, my first 4 years, there wasn't nothing to do. Then they changed that, I believe, in 2010. And then that changed to where from Trooper 1 to Trooper 2, you had to take an exam of basic knowledge from Highway Patrol. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, it's a 100-question test. Once you pass that test, if you pass that test, then you're put up in front of your peers, one peer, one sergeant, and one lieutenant for interview. If you pass the test and pass the interview and you're recommended, then you go from Trooper 1 to Trooper 2.
So let me ask you, yes,
sir.
Did you have to go through the promotional process, or just by tenure alone you got promoted? What happened?
So I was still within, when the change took place, I had to take the test and go through the interview to get promoted to Trooper 2.
Okay, so you did have to take a test.
Yes, I had to take the test and I had to pass the test and then go to the interview.
And I take it as a trooper, you go through annual in-service to study changes in the law, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a trooper, I understand that a majority of your action is in the area of DWI enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
But regardless, you still have to study the penal code, correct?
It's a preference for everybody, an opinion, as far as like how proficient one wants to get. I've been advised that when I came on to law enforcement, there's people that are going to be good at crash investigations, and there's people that are going to be good at traffic control, at traffic penal code, like you're asking, and there's people that are going to be good at use of force. Others are going to be good at DWI. It just depends what you like and
Sure, but at in-service, you get updates on the changes in the Texas Penal Code, correct?
Yes, sir. We have to get our updates as far as anything new that comes up with our legislative.
All right, so you know that on a DWI, if you're under 0.15, that's a Class B misdemeanor, correct?
Correct.
And some years ago, the Texas legislature passed legislation that made certain DWIs Class A misdemeanors, and those are aggravating circumstances. And would you agree with me that if you're 0.15, that's extreme intoxication, and that's a Class A misdemeanor?
I'm going to have to disagree.
Okay. if you're above 0.15, you can be charged with a Class A misdemeanor DWI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you have an open container while also DWI, you can be charged with a Class A, correct?
It's a Class B.
Okay. But you can increase punishment if you have an open container, correct?
It's still a Class B.
Okay. Would you consider that, in your personal opinion, an aggravating circumstance to have an open container?
So if I'm asked aggravating situation, me personally, I'm thinking of something more aggressive. Like I said on my previous accounts, I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. A DWI with an open container is a Class B. It's not. And when I disagreed with you earlier about a 0.15 being excessive, a 0.08 is too much.
Okay. So you can be charged with an additional offense in addition to the DWI with the open container, correct? That's an
No,
addition.
sir.
The open container,
No,
you can't drive in Texas with an open container of alcohol, can you?
you cannot drive in the state of Texas with an open container. But open container is one charge.
Right.
Driving while intoxicated and having an open container does not enhance it, and it does not it's not a more aggressive charge. It's just a DWI with an open container, and it's still a Class B.
Okay, but you committed 2 offenses, correct?
Technically, yes,
Okay.
but I cannot charge 2 things because in statute it's a DWI with open container.
Right.
Had the person been not DWI, then the charge would be only open container.
All right.
So therefore, when I make an arrest for driving while intoxicated and there's an open container in the vehicle, I cannot charge driving while intoxicated and open container because the charge is a DWI with an open container.
Okay, great. So Texas changed section 46.02 of the penal code regarding unlawful carrying. You understand that, correct?
Yes.
And so if you're driving and you're not violating the law, you can have a gun in your car if it's safely stored, correct?
Correct.
But if you're committing a crime while having a gun in your car and the crime is something higher than a Class C misdemeanor or traffic violation, then that becomes unlawful carrying, correct?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to state objections to this line of questioning. The facts, the change of facts that Mr. Cifuentes is bringing up with the gun and/or the open containers is not what happened with Mr. Samano's case, so it's not relevant to the proceedings.
Well, I would respectfully object. She's proved him up as an expert in DWI laws and criminal laws, and we have disparate treatment examples where people have committed offenses with open containers, DWI seconds, and with weapons possession. So we think that it's important for you to hear from an expert in traffic laws, and who's better able to talk about traffic laws than a trooper.
Anything further, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I would just note that those cases aren't before the hearing examiner. The issue of disparate treatment is whether or not, that is before the hearing examiner, but that's whether or not the facts are similar, and also whether Chief Hood acted in accordance with prior disciplines, similar disciplines. Going into the criminal side of something has no bearing on disparate treatment.
Well, I'll overrule the objection, Ms. Pfeiffer. I'll give you a running objection as I did with Mr. Cifuentes for some line of questioning, and I'll allow him to make his record about the issue in connection with any disparate treatment argument he's going to want to make. So with that, I'll let the witness answer the question. And Hooper, if you need to have the question repeated, given the exchanges, please feel free to say so.
Yes,
So,
sir. Could you please repeat the question?
all right, my question is this, let's lay some background. You already agreed that if someone's carrying a weapon in their vehicle while committing a crime, that violates the unlawful carrying statute of the state of Texas, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that if someone's carrying a weapon while DWI, they would be committing the offense of unlawful carrying, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the punishment range? Is it class B or A if you have a second DWI in the state of Texas?
What is the punishment?
Yes, is it class A or class B?
I'd have to look at that up. I don't know.
But when someone has a prior conviction for DWI, you book them for DWI second?
Then that's where the enhancement begins. It goes up from
Yeah.
DWI 1 to DWI 2.
So you book them for DWI second, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that you talked about whether or not people who are DWI endanger their lives, and you talked about accidents. And I don't know if you have a book with union exhibits. Do you have a book with union exhibits in front of you? It should be in a separate binder.
It's the same binder, it's just after the red section, we were just advising the trooper to flip to
Okay.
your.
So I want you to look at Samano Exhibit 0027 and 0024. It's on a Stephen Boldway.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object that the trooper would have no knowledge of the facts of these cases.
Well, I'll let Mr. Fuentes ask the question first to see what he's going to ask and then let you make your objection.
Yes, of course.
So I would
Mr.
want,
Fuentes,
yes,
did you
sir.
say 0027?
No, I'm sorry, De La Garza, Trooper De La Garza. I said 0024.
24, okay. Okay, yes, sir.
And I want you to read out loud the portion that says on or about April 18, 2011. Read that paragraph out loud. And then
Yes,
after
sir.
you,
On or about, yes, sir. Whenever you're ready.
go ahead.
On or about April 18, 2011, at approximately 9:15 p.m., while off duty and operating a motor vehicle in San Antonio, Texas, near 12700 block of U.S. Highway 281 North, firefighter Stephen A. Boldway Jr. was intoxicated. Furthermore, while operating said vehicle in an intoxicated state, firefighter Boldway struck two San Antonio Police Department marked police vehicles, extensively damaging one of them. Firefighter Boldway also endangered the lives of two police officers responsible for those vehicles, as they were forced to jump over the center median barrier to avoid being injured or killed. Officer Brian, I believe that's how it's pronounced, Martin, nevertheless suffered a sprained foot as a result of taking avoidance measures. Firefighter Boldway was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated. Firefighter Boldway's actions tended to bring reproach upon himself and the San Antonio Fire Department.
All right. So my question, based upon what you read, would you agree that what firefighter Boldway is alleged to have done on that day created a greater danger to the lives of others than anything he observed of David Samano?
I'm going to have to object just for the record. First off, Mr. Boldway was punished, or his discipline was prior to the change in policy in 2014 that Mr. Samano falls under. Also, any statements made by Trooper De La Garza on other discipline, he has no firsthand knowledge. This is called for speculation and is just wholly irrelevant to the case before us.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll give you a running objection to this line of questioning, but I'll allow Mr. Cervantes to develop his record. And while I'm speaking, I also want to ask the following question on behalf of the court reporter. Will you folks give the court reporter a copy of the exhibits so it's easier for her in doing the transcript with respect to transcribing what the trooper read? Or do you prefer her just to make the notation, the trooper read from an exhibit? Mr. Cervantes, is your line of question. I'll give you the first shot at answering that question. How do you prefer the record to be?
Well, let me address two issues. First, the question. The question is for the court reporter. I would ask that she transcribe as read, but we will provide the exhibits if she doesn't have them, and I'll have one of my paralegals email those to her now if they haven't been sent already.
All right. Anything else you need to address before I ask Ms. Pfeiffer for her reaction?
No,
Then hearing of the Ms. Pfeiffer, is that process okay to you? In case you have anything to be read from your exhibits by a witness, send them to the court reporter, and our process will be for the court reporter to have that in front of her while she's making the transcription.
Yes, that's fine with the city. Do we have an email address for the court reporter in the chat box there?
I received the exhibits from you already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that. And then, as I said, I'll give you a running objection to this line of questioning. And Trooper, if we need to have the question repeated to you at this point, feel free to ask.
Yes, Mr. Cifuentes, if you could ask the question again.
sure. I will ask the question. It may not be exactly the same, but you recall reading from the suspension about Boldway's conduct, correct?
I don't know what it is, but I know it looks like a synopsis of what happened to somebody.
Okay. So would you agree that what is alleged to have happened with Boldway was far more dangerous than what you observed with Samano?
No,
Okay, so Samano did not crash into anyone, did he?
you asked me if I thought it was the same. I think it's the same. The only difference was this did not result in an accident to
Okay.
any other pedestrians or motorists on the road.
All right, so you didn't see Samano crash into anyone, correct?
Sir,
You didn't see Samano crash into anyone, did you?
I believe I prevented that.
Okay, and no one had to jump out of the way, correct?
Again, I think I prevented that.
Although you say that, you don't know for a fact that whether he would have been able to get home or not. You don't know.
No, I know he would have not made it home safely.
All right. Now, in terms of the apology, the first attempt for apology was the following day, correct?
I don't recall because I did not get home until 10:30, almost 11 o'clock that morning. I had to get help to come. After the blood draw, I still had to do the report and finish the process of the booking. So I didn't get home until 11:30, almost 12 o'clock that day. So I did not wake up until sometime about 8 o'clock, and I missed my shift, so I had to call in and had to come in the following day.
All right. So would you agree that shortly after this happened, you became aware that David Samano was attempting to make an apology, correct?
Correct.
So to your knowledge, would you agree that within 24 to 48 hours, he was attempting to make an apology, correct?
I believe that's at the time of somebody sobering up and being bailed out of jail.
Okay, that's not the question. You knew that 48 hours afterwards, he had attempted to make an apology to you, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you said that he attempted to make an apology more than once, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that not very many people have attempted to apologize to you for their conduct after a DWI, correct?
Can you please repeat the question?
You could probably count on your hand the number of times people have attempted to make an apology to you after a DWI arrest immediately afterwards, correct?
I would say about 98.5% of the time, people apologize the day of the arrest when I leave the jail.
Okay. So, but they come to your work to attempt to make an apology.
I would say maybe with Mr. Samano would be maybe 4 or 5 people that have had that happen to me.
Okay. So when I asked you the question, you could count on your hand the number of people that have come to you, and if I add come to your work, you would agree that it's a handful that have attempted to apologize to you in person at your work afterwards, correct?
Yes,
All right. And he also offered to make restitution for the damage that you accused him of causing, correct?
I was advised that that's what he wanted to do, but if I'm not mistaken, my supervisors had to talk to him. And the reason I couldn't accept that was because it has to go through the state for the fleet operations,
Okay.
for the damages.
All right. And so you never created any forms to show what the amount of damage was, requesting that fleet send him a bill, did you?
Like I said, that process has to go through the fleet operations. I'm not the one that creates that.
Okay, but you never saw the bill being created for the amount of damage, correct?
So, no.
Yes.
To answer that question, no. To answer your question that you're asking, no. I
Okay.
have to make other.
Thank you. All right. Did you ever talk to the DA's office before this case was resolved with an obstruction of a highway?
I was never contacted by the district attorney's office on any court dates for the criminal, or I wasn't even aware of this until maybe a week or 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So the answer is you never talked to the DA's office, correct?
Never.
All right. And you never talked to Chief Hood about this, did you?
I don't know who that is.
All right. And you never talked to anyone within the fire department who was going to make a decision about what discipline to issue to Samano, correct?
I don't have friends like that, sir.
All right. So what's the answer to my question? Can the court reporter please read it back, and can you answer yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. So I'm going to have.
I did not speak with anybody that may have a decision on this.
Okay. And the emergency medical technicians, they hooked up devices to David Samano to determine whether he had high blood pressure or an irregular heartbeat, correct?
I do not know what they did. Like I said, I had to give them the space. I do not know what they did with them.
Okay. Did you observe whether they hooked up any medical devices to monitor him?
So in most cases, when EMS comes out, they do. I'm not sure what the machine's called, but they hook up, I guess, to check the vitals, heartbeat, and make a determination with whatever the patient is telling the EMS. But I don't know what the decision factor is to transport or not.
Okay, you're not answering my question, and I'm going to ask it again, and I'm going to ask you to listen carefully.
Okay, sure.
Did you observe them hook up any monitoring devices upon Mr. Samano? Yes or no?
Oh,
You said no?
no.
Okay. Do you know whether they hooked up any monitoring devices you simply didn't observe?
I already answered, sir. I said no. I didn't observe what they did with him.
Okay. So if EMS said that he was tachycardic and having a panic attack, is it your testimony that the EMTs were giving false information?
The EMT or the paramedics that arrived did not tell me what was wrong with him. They just said they had to transport him. I was never advised that he was having any issues. They just said that he had to be transported.
Okay, are you testifying today that the EMTs transported him, Samano, to the hospital without proper cause?
Again, I'm not a paramedic, so I don't know what their protocol is to transport or what they're looking for. I don't know. I
So-
can't answer that question.
All right, so you're not disputing their judgment in transporting Mr. Samano, are you?
I'm not a paramedic. I'm not an EMT. I'm not a doctor or a nurse. I don't know. That's why I called for them to come out.
Okay, so listen to my question. You're not disputing their decision to transport him, correct?
I can't answer that question because I'm not a medical professional.
So
I
you're
cannot
not,
dispute something that I don't know, I have no knowledge of, sir.
okay, so you're not disputing, you agree?
I'm not a medical professional. I can't say yes or no to that.
All right. And so you don't know whether the transport was legitimate or whether it was a stalling technique, correct?
On part of who?
Anyone?
It was a stalling tactic by Mr. Samano.
So are you telling us that the decision to transport based upon tachycardia was something that Samano artificially created?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay, so he chose to fool the machines that the EMTs hooked up to him?
So, Mr. Cifuentes, when somebody is having a medical issue,
Okay, answer my
they're
question.
not,
Answer my
okay, well,
question.
then I can't answer your question.
Did he do something to fool the machines? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Pass the witness.
Any redirect, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Can I have, just 2 minutes, sir, before?
Sure, we could take a break and see if you have any other questions.
Thank you.
How long of a break are we taking?
Why don't we take a 5-minute break or so folks can stand up and stretch and get any additional beverage they want?
Thank you.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, are you ready to resume?
Yes, sir, we're all here.
All right, and then do I have the court reporter back? And Mr. Cervantes, are you ready to resume?
Yes.
All right, so we've got, but I don't see that Mr. Samano, there's Mr. Samano. All right, so it seems like we have everybody back, and are we all ready to resume?
No, the city's
So
ready.
then back on the record for the court reporter. And Ms. Pfeiffer, do you have any redirect?
No, sir, and we'd like Trooper De La Garza to be released.
And Mr. Cervantes, any reason to think that you might recall the trooper?
No, but may I personally say good to see you, Trooper Garza, and thank you.
As in Trooper, thank you so much for your time, and you're excused, and you don't have to worry about coming back, so you're released from the subpoena by the agreement of the parties. I do have one question before he leaves, and that is, my understanding is that he was looking at documents he brought with him because he was most familiar where information was within those documents, but they were the same as the exhibits that are in front of me. Is that the same understanding the city has?
His documentation includes more documents, but it does include the 5 pages as Exhibit 3.
And he just testified off the documents that are in city exhibit 3.
Yes.
And you have the same understanding, Mrs. Fuentes?
Well, I'm not sure what he testified to, quite frankly, but it doesn't matter to me.
Well, I just want to make sure that no one needs to have us make a copy of what he was looking at, because what he was looking at was the same that I've got in front of me. So that's the question to you, Mr. Fuentes. Do we need to have anything before the trooper leaves, a copy made of anything that he was looking at?
I don't find that necessary.
Okay, and the city has the same understanding then, that's not necessary?
Yes, Mr. Hartsfield, and I will say that I did turn over all of the documents from the trooper's file, so Mr. Fuentes already has a copy of them. We just only
Alright.
used the report as the exhibit.
All right, fine. Thank you again for your time, Trooper. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
You're free to.
And is the city ready to call its next witness, or do we need a few minutes for you to get that person lined up?
Our next witness we did not anticipate meeting them until after the lunch break, so they're set to be here at 12:30. If we want to break for lunch now, they should be here at that time.
All right, so does that work for everyone, that we break for lunch now at 11:30 and resume at 12:30? Does that work for you, Mr. Cervantes?
Yes.
And does that work for the court reporter?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we will take a break now at 11:30 and resume at 12:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're on lunch break, so it's 12:30. Yeah, but if he's talking, they have the city attorney and the witness in the same room, so they both have masks on. And so it's hard to hear, it's hard to understand.
It's one thing if you're in the same room with them, it's another if there's a barrier.
Right. So now I'm not getting everything they're saying. And thank God they hadn't asked me to read back and I'm thinking I'm gonna be able to figure it out, but I read mouths, you know, I read lips. So, and the arbitrator keeps saying, so if you want the reporter to read that back, I'm thinking, oh, thank God they haven't.
I'm volunteering for something I don't want to do.
Right. So it's stressful because I can hear.
You're on it, you're not on mute.
You're still alive.
You're not on mute.
Oh, you can probably hear me eating.
Yeah.
I thought I did.
Where's that coming from?
Ms. Schultz, I lost my connection temporarily, so I lost the designation as co-host. Could you
Oh,
designate me as co-host just in case something happens on your end so that I can take any action?
sure, of course. Let's see, did that work?
That worked. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And Ms. Schultz, were you able to get lunch and get
I was.
whatever
Yeah.
else you needed? All right.
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
You know, phone break.
And Mr. Cervantes, did you get enough time to get lunch? Because I saw the message that they were late in delivering it to you.
Yeah, we can proceed.
All right, and feel free to eat while we're doing this when it's not your time to question. That's fine with me, so you can get your lunch.
Okay.
And if you need us to take a break at any time so you can do that, just let me know. And Ms. Schultz, you've turned back on the recording, and I'm assuming we're ready to begin. Ms. Pfeiffer, are we ready to resume?
The city is ready, sir.
And Mr. Sventus, you're ready?
Yes, we're ready.
All right, then we're back on the record. If I could have the city call their next witness.
Okay. The city's gonna call engineer Alberto Garcia.
And if I can have the court reporter swear in Engineer Garcia.
You raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to offer in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, and before we begin with the questionings, Engineer Garcia, there are a couple of things to go over with you. If at any time you do not hear a question or do not understand a question, just let us know and we'll get it repeated or rephrased for you, all right?
Yes, sir.
And if at any time you're needing to refer to documents to refresh your recollection, just let me know, because that makes a cleaner record so that I am aware of what you're looking at.
Okay.
And if you will, there might be an objection to one of the questions. So if you'll give me a chance to rule on the objection before you start to answer, that will make things go more smoothly.
Okay.
And if you'll also let whoever's asking the question complete their question before you start to answer, that'll help the court reporter who can't take down two people at the same time. And after Ms. Pfeiffer gets finished asking you questions, then Mr. Cervantes, who's representing the appellant, may have some questions for you. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you happen to have a cell phone, if you can put that on mute or vibrate, I understand that there might be an emergency you have to respond to, but that way we will avoid being interrupted by the ringing of the phone. And when you're answering questions, if you'll answer verbally rather than nodding or shaking your head, that will also help the court reporter while she can see you and could note for her record that you were nodding or shaking your head. Again, it makes for a better record if you'll answer out loud. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then, so you know this, one of the parties has invoked what's known as the witness rule. And the witness rule means that you should not discuss your testimony with anyone else. And so you shouldn't talk with other witnesses about what you testify about or what they've testified about. And you're not to read any report or comment about the testimony in the case. And this case is being broadcast live so the public can participate. So you shouldn't go back and look at the YouTube broadcast of this matter. You can, however, discuss the case with the attorneys in the matter outside the hearing of any other witnesses. Ms. Pfeiffer, anything to add to that summary of the rule?
No, Mr. Hartsfield.
And Mr. Cervantes, anything to add?
Oh, you're on.
All right. And then any questions, Engineer Garcia, that you have about that witness rule?
No, sir.
All right, then. Then you're in the same room, I believe, as Ms. Pfeiffer and the fire department representative. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's all the folks that are in. Oh, and another city attorney uh,
Mr.
Mr.
Urban.
Urbis may be in the room with you as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's all the folks that are in that room.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. Ms. Pfeiffer, you may begin your examination of the witness.
Thank you. All right, Engineer Garcia, please identify yourself for the record.
Albert Garcia, engineer, medic 45.
And I understand you said medic 45. Can you describe what that is for us?
It's a EMS mobile intensive care unit, number 45, stationed out of station 45.
And you're employed by who?
City of San Antonio Fire Department,
How long have you been with the San Antonio Fire Department?
23 years.
As a medic engineer, what is it your job to do?
We respond to a multitude of calls, but mainly EMS-related calls. Take care of any situations that arise that we can take care of, transport people to the hospital that need transporting.
Okay. And we're talking about EMS. That's emergency medical services, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're a paramedic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What type of training have you, or did you have to become a EMS paramedic with SAFD?
15 years ago, I went to, well, I guess it started before that. You have to be an EMT basic first, which I believe was about 6 to 8 weeks of schooling. Then years down the road, about 15 years ago, I went to paramedic school, which was about 7 months of Monday through Friday training. And then there's continuous education training every year. We go through a week of recertification, and then there's other trainings that come along in between.
Are you currently up to date on your required training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about an incident that occurred on January 31st, 2019. EMS was called out to a scene where a San Antonio Fire Department employee, David Samano, was being arrested for DWI. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I recall some of it.
Okay, we'll base it on what you can remember. EMS was called out to the scene. Did you respond as part of that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, what did you notice?
We were called out at the same time that the fire engine was called out. We got an intersection. I remember when we showed up to the intersection, we didn't see anything. We went one direction, they went another direction. So the fire engine got there before us, a couple minutes by the time we could circle back around and come around. So he was being evaluated already by the first responders. We got there. I remember he was in the back of a patrol car with the back door open. Somebody was talking with him. I'm not sure who was talking with him, whether it was one of our first responders or whether it was the PD people. They were talking to him. I kind of got an initial story from the first responders of what was going on, and then I proceeded to go up and talk to him.
And let me just make sure I understand for the record that everything's pretty clear. You said the fire engine, you said those are the first responders, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the fire engine 45 is called out the same time the EMS 45 is called out?
Yes.
Okay, but you arrive after, that's okay.
Yes.
But, okay, so when you guys arrive, your medic 45, do you take over the treatment of the patient, Mr. Samano?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your job to do at that moment?
Like I said, I got the initial report. Whatever it was that they were telling me was initially wrong with it, with the patient. I get their information, what information they passed on, whether it was vitals, history. Then I proceed to go talk to the patient and find out what the complaint is at this time right now.
Okay. Were you the one that was actually treating Mr. Samano?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What did he identify as being the problem?
Chest pain.
What steps did you take to evaluate that complaint?
We have a monitor, a Zoll monitor that we carry on there. Allows us to do our blood pressures, do our pulse checks, do our oxygen checks. We can do EKGs with it. We can do a 4-lead EKG. We can do a 12-lead EKG. And from what I remember, I haven't got to look at the stuff, but I do remember the pulse rate and the blood pressure being elevated. I don't know the time frame that he had been there already before we got called, but he seemed pretty calm to have the numbers as high as they were.
Okay. And as you're taking his vitals with this machine you've described, is he telling you anything about why he's there, the incident?
I remember him saying something about he got pulled over by a trooper. He was on his way home, was trying to get home, but said he got detained, got put in the back of this car, and started having chest pain, and so he requested EMS.
Okay. So as you're treating him and you evaluate him, and you said that his blood pressure is high and his pulse rate is high. So what do you do at that point?
At that point, I went and talked to the trooper to let him know that it'd be in the best interest to transport him by us versus the officer transport him to the hospital, because if something happens in the back of the patrol car, it's more liability on the officer because he can't treat him. If something were to happen in the back of our unit, then we could possibly do some interventions in between. We weren't far from the hospital. We were fairly close. I would say about a half a mile from the hospital. But treatments could be done in the back of our EMS unit, where they can't be done in the back of a patrol car.
Okay. So you advised to transport him. Do you ultimately transport him?
Yes.
Okay. What is patient saying or doing as you're prepping him for transport?
I remember him being a little upset. He was upset with the officers because the officers wouldn't let him go, because he kept saying that he was close to home. I kept trying to tell him to calm down. Let's just try to relax. That way, we can get some vitals to improve. Was it just because he was upset, or was there an underlying condition? I don't know. Like I said, I was just trying to calm him down. We got him in the back of our EMS unit. We started our normal interventions. We get an IV. We give medications and stuff to help in case it actually is a cardiac event. And then we initiated transport, and we were in the hospital probably within a few minutes.
Did Mr. Samano ask you to do anything unusual for his treatment while he's in the back of your EMS vehicle?
I remember him asking me to try to give him IV fluids. I don't remember an amount, but I mean, I have the IV fluids flowing open at a slow rate as normal. Just because when we give patients nitro, if their blood pressure drops, we need to be able to try to get their blood pressure back up. So IV access is required before you give it. But I remember him asking me to try to give him a large amount of fluid. It's not necessary, and there's not enough time for it.
Based on your training and experience, why would someone request a larger amount of fluids?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Overruled. I'll let you make your record, and I'll give you a running objection to this line of questioning.
Why? Okay, let me ask a different question, sir. What would a large amount of fluids do for someone who is experiencing the things that Mr. Samano was complaining of?
With chest pain, I mean, if it was a true cardiac event and it was a volume problem, then fluid would actually help with the cardiac event. But if I remember right, like I said, I don't have any of this stuff here. I don't remember seeing a cardiac event going on other than elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse, and I can't tell you why they were happening. But from what I remember, I don't remember seeing an actual heart attack, on our EKG. So to request a lot of fluid like that would be, in my experience, to dilute the amount of alcohol or whatever's in the bloodstream to try to thin it out.
Okay. We had, I'm gonna withdraw that. Okay. So after you transport Mr. Samano to the hospital, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I apologize, I just
Yes,
needed
I
to be
forgot.
clear for the record. So when you transport him to the hospital, you leave him there. Did anything else happen during that time that was really odd to you that came from Mr. Samano? So something he said or anything like that, behavior?
Not that I can remember from him.
And at the conclusion of your involvement with Mr. Samano, did you write a letter or memo documenting the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'd like you to turn to tab number 6. It's on the blue side over here. So it's City Exhibit 6, base number 20. All right. I'd like you to just take a look at this, and let me know once you've had an opportunity to just, review it. You've had an opportunity to review City Exhibit number 6. What is this?
This is my letter that I was requested to write after the incident.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you remember from that night?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at it, a few lines down, you document that the patient, who's Mr. Samano, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He was mouthing off how unfair the DPS state trooper was treating him and not letting him go home.
Yes.
When you say he was mouthing off when you guys got there, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he was upset at the officers for not letting him go, as if it was their fault, and they should have just let him go to make it home, have somebody come pick him up, take him home, but just to let him go. Like I said, I told him they just kind of needs to quiet down a little bit, so that way we can try to assess them to find out if there's any issues going on at this time.
Do you recall anything specific, that, cause when I think mouthing off, I think certain things in my head. Do you remember anything specific about what you would have meant by mouthing off? Was he cussing? Was he yelling? Was he just irate?
I can't remember specifics of what it was, but like I said, I know he was upset at the officers as if it was their fault.
Okay. And then later down in your statement, you say, the patient started apologizing to you. Do you recall what he was apologizing for?
Oh, he was apologizing. I think, if I remember right, I think he was apologizing to us for being so, I guess, so mouthy, being upset. And we tried to tell him that he was never upset with us. That he needs to be apologizing to the officers, not to us. I mean, like I said, he was upset. He got pulled over, didn't get to go home, but he wasn't necessarily mean to us and being mouthy to us.
And then you go on in your statement to say he started getting upset with the trooper again, and you started asking him questions about what if he wrecked and caused an injury. Why would you ask him, well, what would have happened if you wrecked and caused an injury? What made you have that conversation?
I was just trying to have a conversation with him. Asked him, I go, well, what would you have done if you would have had an accident? And I wasn't planning on having an accident. And then I would have probably said something about, well, nobody plans on having an accident. So.
And were you having this conversation with him because he was being arrested for driving while intoxicated?
Probably so.
In the course of your 23 years with the San Antonio Fire Department, have you ever been called out for an accident that involved a drunk driver?
Yes.
And in an accident like that, involving a drug driver that you've responded to, have you seen injuries as a result of that behavior?
Yes.
How about fatalities?
Objection to relevance.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, your response?
Part of the discipline is based on the seriousness of the event and whether or not a DWI, driving while intoxicated, presents a danger to the public and to others is considered when making these determinations.
Well, I'll overrule the objection, and I'll give Mr. Cefintas a running objection to this line of questioning, but I'll allow you to make your record, but you'll need to link it up with your suggestion that what he's about to testify to was somehow a factor in the discipline.
Understood.
And Mr. Cefintas, was there something else you needed to say about the line of questioning?
Well, it gets into matters not cited in the chief's letter of suspension and calls for speculation about events that didn't happen.
Well, I'll certainly allow you to raise those objections in your post-hearing submissions to why I shouldn't rely on it, particularly with the notion of what was or wasn't relied upon by the fire chief when he was deciding what to do with discipline. So with that, does the witness need to have the question repeated, or do you remember it well enough to be able to answer it?
I'll re-ask it. Engineer Garcia, I was just asking, on the calls that you've responded to involving driving while intoxicated or a drunk driver, have you seen fatalities as a result of that?
Yes, I have.
And in your 23 years, do you recall ever responding to a DWI for another firefighter?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Did you ultimately become aware of the discipline that Mr. Samano received as a result of this DWI incident?
Not the ultimate disposition. I remember reading in the emails that come out that they put out as far as disciplinary action. There's no names, there's no anything. There's just some little bits of information. A person did this. This is the amount of discipline that they received.
So if I were to tell you today that Mr. Samano was ultimately terminated as a result of this incident, would that surprise you?
No.
No
And
objection.
based on
It's irrelevant, not the decision maker in this case.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, your response to the objection is?
Well, one of the appellant's arguments is going to be disparate treatment, and so whether or not his fellow employees are shocked by it would then also lend credence to the fact that it wasn't unreasonable or unheard of that the termination would be the result.
It invades the province of the decision maker, who's the department head, and this arbitrator to hear testimony in that regards. And it's up to the chief to explain disparate treatment, not him. So it's entirely irrelevant.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll give you a running objection to this line of questioning, but I'll allow the city to make its record based on its explanation of what other employees were aware of as to the discipline for this type of event, as to notice.
Okay. I think my question was, would it surprise you if he was terminated as a result?
Not as a surprise, but it's not up to me to make the decision as far as what the punishment is or the discipline is. Like I said, it wasn't a surprise.
I'll pass the witness.
And any cross?
Yes. And it's, what's the correct way to address you? Is it EMT Garcia or is it some other title? Or Mr. Garcia? How should I address you?
Mr. Garcia is fine.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Garcia is fine.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, would you agree that the fellow firefighters that responded using the medical equipment that you have available came up with the diagnosis that Mr. Samano was experiencing tachycardia?
Yes. If I understand you right, you're asking if anybody else who came up would have found the same thing? Yes.
Okay, so they found that he was experiencing tachycardia, and you agree with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of instruments were you folks using, Mr. Garcia, that led you to believe that he was experiencing tachycardia?
It's a Zoll monitor that we use.
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
ZOLL.
And if you could educate me, if you don't mind, do you attach that to a patient, or do you touch them with it? What exactly do you do? Can you help educate me so I can understand what is done to come up with the readings from the Zoll monitor?
Okay. So there's several attachments that plug into the sides of the monitor. One of them is a blood pressure cuff, just like a normal blood pressure cuff that somebody would manually pump up on you, but this one's automated. It has another plug-in it's a pulse oximeter that goes over your finger, and it also measures your pulse and your oxygen levels in your blood. And then we can also plug in 4 leads, just like the hospital would, just like a doctor's office would, and that gives us an initial rhythm of your heart, and it gives us a rate. And then to go further, we would attach another 6 leads, electrodes, to make a 12 lead and get a complete picture of the heart and check any electrical activity that's going on at the time.
So, Mr. Garcia, does an EMT have to calibrate or check or test his equipment on a periodic basis to make sure that it's accurate?
We don't do any checking or calibrating of the material, of the equipment. That is all done by, from my understanding, the representatives. The monitors are called in periodically to get them tested and calibrated.
Do you have any reason to believe that your Zoll monitor wasn't working properly on this particular date?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any information after the fact that it was not working properly?
No, sir.
Okay. To your knowledge, can a person fake tachycardia and fool the Zoll monitor? Would I be able to do that? Is there some trick that you could teach me where I could make the Zoll monitor give a false report that I have tachycardia when I don't?
Not that I'm aware of. I know it can go up just from getting excited, just getting nervous, but I don't remember the numbers, but it was higher than a normal anxious person could get.
Okay. And
it was definitely abnormal.
okay, so is it my understanding that tachycardia requires that you have a heart rhythm that exceeds 100 beats per minute?
That would be considered tachycardic, yes, sir.
And also included in tachycardia is having an irregular heart rhythm, correct?
Not necessarily.
But it could include an irregular heart rhythm, couldn't it?
Yes, it could. Yes, it could.
And tachycardia could be a signal that you have atrial fibrillation, is that correct?
Yes, it could.
It could be a signal that you have atrial flutter, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be a signal that you have subventricular tachycardia.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't address it, that could include potential heart attack or stroke.
Yes, it could.
It could be sudden cardiac arrest or death.
Yeah, I guess it could lead to that as well.
All right. And so it's a serious condition, no matter what the cause is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as a serious condition, it must be checked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone from the fire department ever come to you and asked whether you or your fellow EMTs falsify the finding of tachycardia?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're here today to tell us that in fact David Samano was experiencing tachycardia, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't conspire with him to falsify a medical condition to delay taking a breath test or anything, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. So your decision to take David Samano to the hospital was a legitimate medical decision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And nothing that you've learned since then would change your opinion that he needed to be taken to the hospital, correct?
No, sir. They have better equipment and more testing capabilities than we do in the back of our EMS unit.
All right. And is it my understanding that when the patient was apologizing to you, he was already in the back of the EMS unit?
Yes, sir. We were already in the back.
And you didn't allow the trooper in the back of your unit, did you?
I believe, I'm reading the notes, I believe he came in to take the handcuffs off the back of him so he could have his hands free.
Okay. But after that, he didn't take the ride with you folks, did he?
No, sir. He followed us in his own car.
All right. And at any point in time, did the trooper ask you to be a witness to any damage to his patrol vehicle?
No, sir. I never saw the inside of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you, if you had observed the trooper ask someone to view reported damage to his vehicle caused by David Samano, you would have documented that in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, was any EMT asked to look at purported damage inside the vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the fact that Mr. Samano was tachycardic, would you agree that that would be consistent with having a panic attack?
I mean, it could be related to a panic attack, but as I said before, if I remember the heart rate, it was higher than any normal panic attack. And usually a panic attack calms down and subsides and you can see a difference. His was just not going down. So I can only assume that there's maybe an underlying condition that he's not aware of, but like I said, I can't make that decision. That's why I wanted to take him to the hospital.
So from what you were observing, there was something worse than just a run-of-the-mill panic attack, correct?
Yes, it could be.
All right. May I have a moment?
You may.
Were you interviewed by any of the fire department chiefs or chiefhood prior to Mr. Samano being fired?
No, sir.
You didn't, other than submitting your memorandum, you didn't speak to anyone, correct?
No, sir. I was asked to write a letter and that was the last I ever heard of it.
All right. Past witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Engineer Garcia, let me ask you, if I understood your testimony correctly, Mr. Samano's blood pressure was high and his heart rate was elevated, correct?
Yes.
That's what hypertensive and the
Tachycardic?
tachycardic means?
Yes.
Okay, just so I'm clear on that. Now, in the steps that you took when you were dealing with Mr. Samano, you didn't actually see a cardiac event, correct?
No, other than, like I said, the heart rate being fast is considered a cardiac event. I just can't tell you why
Okay.
it's happening.
But you did what you were supposed to do as an EMT and treated it appropriately and transported it to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Samano was released from the hospital within that same time, like same day?
As far as like relief.
Like, you were talking about a potential, is it normal? It's potential that could have all these heart conditions. We don't know, right?
Right.
We don't know. So would it surprise you that he was released the same day, that maybe they didn't find anything?
Oh, no.
No, okay. And sometimes that happens where your heart rate's high,
Right.
but
And they,
nothing's really going on.
and they can't find what's going on.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Anything further, Mr. Cervantes?
Nothing further at this time.
All right. I do want to make sure that I understood what you were telling Mr. Garcia. So if you'll bear with me.
Okay.
There was a question about atrial fibrillation. And I thought you were telling me that could be, but not that it was. Did I understand that correctly?
Could be a cause for tachycardia, because atrial fibrillation is an irregular heartbeat. It could be tachycardic, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be. It just
All right,
means
well,
it's a,
let me ask it this way. When you were treating the patient, did you see atrial fibrillation? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I don't know. Without seeing the report, I don't remember. Like I said, from what I'm reading here, I remember it being fast and the blood pressure being elevated. I don't remember what I saw.
All right. And then the same question, there was a question about atrial flutter. Do you recall if you saw that?
No, I didn't see that. You don't see that very often. I've seen it maybe
Okay.
twice in my career.
All right. So for sure that wasn't going on then, based on your memory.
No, sir. Right.
Okay. And there were some questions about some other conditions. Did you see those other conditions?
Not that I can remember. Like I said, I can remember his heart rate being fast and blood pressure being elevated.
Okay. That helps me understand what you were telling me as to what you saw and what you can remember versus what might have been going on.
Right.
Okay.
There's a lot of causes for tachycardia. Like I said, I just didn't see any of the normal causes. Like I said, it was elevated, and I don't know why.
All right. And if my questions for clarification mean, Ms. Pfeiffer, that you need to ask any more questions, feel free to do so.
Just one moment, sir. Okay, yeah, just a couple, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Engineer Garcia, just so, because we've kind of went back and forth on a lot of these medical terms that I don't.
I just have wait a minute. I have a question. Apparently they're in the same room and there was a discussion in the presence of the witness while the microphone was off. Something doesn't seem kosher about that.
I had a conversation with my co-counsel who's sitting close enough that we can pass notes back and forth. And that's what's happening, and making sure my corporate rep doesn't have any particular questions that I need to follow up on.
But,
Nothing untoward is going on.
But I understand the witness is in the same room.
In the same room. That's why we have cameras on all of us, so you can see that we're not conversing with them.
Well, maybe this would help, Mr. Cervantes. Let me ask the witness, could you hear what they were talking about?
I could barely hear anything, not to really make it out too well.
All right, does that address your concern, Mrs. Cervantes?
Well, I think in the future that if there's going to be a discussion in the same
Step
room,
out. We can step out and make it so it's no concern. We don't have a problem with that, Mr. Fuentes.
all right, thank you.
All right, so that's what we'll do going forward. So Ms. Pfeiffer, your questions for the witness?
Yes, just Engineer Garcia, we talked a little bit about all these possibilities of what could have caused the elevated heart rate and the high blood pressure. Just so I understand it, that these are possibilities, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not necessarily that you found them, they're just possibilities.
Right.
And your job is to observe what is happening at that moment, treat what you can, and then transport to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it's up to the hospital to determine any underlying causes.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
And Mr. Cervantes?
1 second.
Sure.
Just one question. My understanding is you gave what's called nitro by IV drip. Is that correct?
No, sir. It would have been a nitro sublingual. We no longer have the IV drip nitro.
But they did give nitro to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the purpose for that is,
In case it is a cardiac event that we can't see, all we can look at with the Zoll monitor is the electrical activity. We can't see the mechanical portion of it. So it is a precautionary deal that we take in any cardiac patients, that we give them nitro along with the aspirin to reduce any possibilities of damage if there is damage going on that we can't see. So ultimately, the hospital has to do blood work to determine whether or not there's a true cardiac event going on.
all right, were you present as to whether or not they did blood work at the hospital?
No, it wasn't.
Was it your understanding that the hospital would do blood work?
As far as my understanding, yes, sir, they do it almost every patient that comes through. But definitely on a cardiac chest pain.
All right, we pass the witness.
Anything else, Ms. Pfeiffer?
No, sir.
All right, and just one thing more for me for clarification. When I'm looking at your memo about the event and you refer to administering ASA and nitro, am I correct in understanding the ASA is aspirin?
Yes, sir. It's
All
a
right, I
dose
just
of
want,
324 milligrams of aspirin.
all right, I just want to make sure I was translating that correctly. All right,
Yes.
anything else, Ms. Pfeiffer?
No, sir.
And Mr. Cervantes?
No, Mr. Hartsfield.
All right, thanks very
And-
much for your time, Mr. Garcia, I appreciate it.
You're
Sir, can
welcome.
we release Engineer Garcia?
Any reason to think, Mr. Cervantes, you may recall the witness?
No.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you're released, which means we're not gonna be calling you back, but you're still under the witness rule, so you shouldn't be discussing your testimony with anyone else who may testify or letting them tell you what they said. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right,
All
again,
right.
thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
And Mr. Hartsfield, we're having, I don't know if you're seeing it, we're seeing flashes on the witness camera. Are you seeing that on your end?
Occasionally, but it's not interfering with my ability to watch the witness. It's usually along the lower part of the screen. Like the table is all that I end up losing.
Okay, if we can just take 5 minutes, we've got the IT guy here just to try to fix that.
Sure. Why don't we take actually a 10-minute break, because it's likely to take 10 minutes to fix it, and also allows you all to stand up and stretch. And Mr. Fuentes, if you didn't get to finish your lunch, that may give you a chance to finish off your lunch there, sir.
All right, thank you.
So we'll go off the record. And Ms. Pfeiffer, are you ready to resume?
We are. IT made sure to unplug things and plug it back in. That's their technical fix.
Well, that fixed the problem half the time, in my experience. Mr. Cervantes, are you ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
All right, then, Ms. Schultz, if you'll go back on the record for us, and if the city will call its next witness.
The city's gonna call engineer Jason Aguilar, who's sitting here with us, and engineer Garcia has already stepped out.
All right, thank you. And if I can have the court reporter swear in the witness, and then I'll go over a few administrative items with the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to offer in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Engineer Aguilar, engineer is fine or something else
That's
for
fine,
you?
yes, sir.
All right.
That's fine.
Then if at any time during the hearing, you're not able to hear the question or understand the question, if you'll simply let us know, we'll have it repeated. If at any time you need a break, just let us know and we'll take a break. There may come a time when somebody will ask you a question and then the other side will object. And if you'll allow me to rule on the objection before you answer, that will move things along. At times, you may see me looking down because I'm taking some notes here on a pad that's below the camera level. And I also have monitors to either side where I have the exhibits displayed. So occasionally you may see me looking to one side or the other. If you have your cell phone with you, if you'll place that on mute or vibrate so we're not interrupted by that. But I understand you're a first responder, so if there's an emergency you need to respond to, just let us know and we'll address it. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then one of the parties has invoked what's referred to as the witness rule, which means that you should not discuss your testimony with anyone else, and that you shouldn't be present when anyone else is talking about what their testimony is or was. And you shouldn't read any report or comment upon the testimony in this case while under the witness rule. And since this is being broadcast on YouTube, you shouldn't look at whatever is being broadcast on YouTube either. You, however, may discuss the case with the attorneys outside the presence of any other witnesses. And Ms. Pfeiffer, anything else to add to the instruction about the witness rule?
No, sir.
Mr. Ventus, anything else to add?
No, Mr. Hartsfield.
And then Engineer Aguilar, did you understand what the written witness rule means? And do you have any questions?
I understand, sir. I don't have any further questions.
All right, great. And also, when you're answering, if you'll answer verbally rather than nodding your head or shaking your head, that'll make life easier for the court reporter. While she can see you, it makes for a better record if you'll answer out loud. And the same thing, if you'll wait until someone has finished their question before you start to answer, that also makes for a clearer record. And if anytime there are any video problems, either with hearing or audio problems, let us know. And whenever you're referring to a document, to refresh your recollection, if you'll let me know, I'm able to see the table in front of you, so I can generally tell when you're looking at a document. But again, it makes a better record if you just tell me that. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, then Ms. Pfeiffer, please begin your examination.
Thank you. Sir, will you please identify yourself for the record?
Yep. Jason Aguilar, engineer Jason Aguilar, San Antonio Fire Department.
How long have you been employed by the San Antonio Fire Department?
17 years.
And as in your current position, what is it your job to do?
We respond to medical emergencies across the city.
Are you a paramedic?
I am a paramedic, yes, ma'am. I ride on the ambulance.
What type of training have you received in order to do your job?
We go through a 7-month paramedic course at UT Health Science Center, and then I'm a part of the special operations team, so we do cadaver labs pretty frequently,
yearly, and then we do CE yearly as well.
Do you, and CEs are continuing education?
Continuing education, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have a week-long course every year.
I just like to clarify acronyms in case everybody's not as familiar with them.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you ride in the ambulance, and that's an EMS unit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Emergency Medical Services. Okay, I'd like to talk to you then about the night of January 31st, 2019. Do you recall responding to a call for service involving a firefighter who was being arrested for driving while intoxicated?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall why you got called out to that scene?
The initial call was Assist PD, I believe it came in. I can't say for sure, but I know when we got there that SAPD officer walked up to me and said that it was one of our own, that he was complaining of chest pain.
Okay. What do you mean one of your own?
They said one of our SAFD firefighters.
So you knew right away upon arriving that it was a fellow firefighter that was being arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
When you made contact with the patient, Mr. Samano, what were you interacting with him? Like, that's a bad question, I apologize. As you made contact with him, what was it your job to do that night?
My job was, for lack of better terms, the scribe. As we walk up, we have one medic that is serving as the doctor, and the second medic is serving as the scribe with the pen pad and putting all the demographics in and logging all the vitals and all of the interactions that take place.
Okay. Who was the medic that was acting as the doctor, as you say?
Albert Garcia.
Were you in a position to hear the interaction and exchange between Engineer Garcia and Mr. Samano?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk then a little bit about that interaction. When you get there and you make contact with Mr. Samano, is he saying or doing anything?
He is talking aggressively towards the DPS officer. He's using curse words, saying that he can't believe that he wouldn't let him go, that he only lives about 2 miles away, and kept referring to the Brotherhood about why he was doing this, that he should have just let him go.
Okay, when you say he referred to the Brotherhood, what do you mean?
So he kept saying like blue on blue. So all officers, doesn't matter what uniform they're wearing, DPS, SAPD, because DPS officers wear a tan-colored uniform. But it's just kind of a known thing that police officers are known for wearing blue as well. So it's like a blue on blue. It's a brotherhood. You know, we respond with them on calls frequently. We expect them to have our back, and them the same. We respond with them. They expect us to have their back.
So when you're hearing Mr. Samano talk about he should have been let go because of the Brotherhood, are you suggesting then that your understanding was he wanted to be let go because as a firefighter, a police officer shouldn't be arresting him?
Yes, ma'am. That was my understanding.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Samano was talking aggressively towards the trooper.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that there's some words that I don't use myself, but he's cursing at the officer, you know, saying this effing guy and stuff like that.
Okay.
So you could tell he was agitated.
Okay. When Mr. Samano was evaluated, what did you guys find as it relates to his health?
So, complaining of chest pain, we ran through all of our protocols. We found that he was hypertensive. I don't recall the exact numbers, but I recall that he was hypertensive and he was tachycardic. We ran a 12 lead, and it showed sinus tachycardia. Yeah. So all other vitals were within normal limits, but for us that was enough to warrant a transport.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, I don't know a lot about medical stuff, but hypertensive is high blood pressure, correct?
Hypertensive is high blood pressure, yes, ma'am.
And high blood pressure, would that cause someone to have a blood alcohol content?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And tachycardic, that's when your pulse is really high.
Yes, ma'am.
And does tachycardic cause someone to have blood alcohol content?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you find these things when he's evaluated, and you transport him ultimately to the hospital, correct?
Right.
Did you and your partner, Engineer Garcia, provide the required and necessary treatment to Mr. Samano that you found necessary at the time?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We started an IV, followed our chest pain protocols with aspirin and nitro.
Okay. And when you're interacting with Mr. Samano, we kind of talked a little bit about the brotherhood, and we talked a little bit about cussing the officer. Did he say anything about whether, why he wanted to go to the hospital?
When we walked up, he made a comment about knowing how this works, that he was kind of insinuating he's complaining of chest pain so that he didn't have to go to jail. He was thinking he was going to the hospital rather than going to jail.
So it was your understanding that he was complaining of these things in order to go to the hospital rather than jail?
Yes.
Okay. When you informed the trooper that you were going to transport Mr. Samano to the hospital, what did he tell you?
He told me that he didn't care if it took 2 hours or 2 days, that firefighter Samano was still going to jail.
At the conclusion of your interaction with Mr. Samano, did you write a report or letter detailing your interaction with him?
I did. Yes. Yes, ma'am. I sure did.
Okay. I'd like you to look at City Exhibit number 5, which is COSA number 19. Should be in front of you there.
Okay.
Just briefly look this over, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. And I see here that it refers to a lot of things as M45. What is M45?
Medic 45. That's the ID of the ambulance that we ride on.
Okay, so that would be you and Engineer Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this statement, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is this?
This was a letter that Deputy Chief Granado had contacted us about and asked us to write in detail what had happened that night.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate representation of what occurred that night as you know it to be?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom. I'm going to say there's a couple sentences that EMS advised patient Mr. Samano that who he needed to apologize to.
Mm-hmm.
What is that about?
When we got into the back of the unit, he started apologizing to us. He started crying. He started having an anxiety attack, what was assumed to be an anxiety attack, and he started crying and apologizing to us. I told him that it wasn't me that he needed to apologize to. He needed to apologize to his family for what he was putting them through and the officer outside that he just berated.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about this supposed brotherhood, which you put in quotes.
Uh-huh.
Talk to me a little bit about that again.
Sure, because he was still talking about it in the back about how...
Objection asked and answered, repetitive, cumulative.
Overruled. I'll give the city some leeway.
So he was still talking in the back about how, referring to the brotherhood, saying that this officer should have let him go, that he lived close enough that he could have made it home. So that's what we were talking about.
And that testimony is repetitive, just a note for the record. Nothing new elicited from that testimony.
And I'll give you a running objection to that line of questioning, Mr. Cervantes.
And let me ask you, Engineer Aguilar, just so we're clear, did this brotherhood conversation happen only one time, or did it happen multiple times?
It happened multiple times.
Okay, so we initially talked about it, we were talking about when you walked up to him initially, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When
And
Mr. Samano was in the back of the
yes,
police
ma'am.
vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And this particular time that you're talking about it, that we were just talking about it, we were in the back of the ambulance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I see there you go on in that sentence to say that his disrespect and behavior was an embarrassment.
Yes, ma'am.
That was that's accurately how you felt about what you were observing and doing? and seeing?
Absolutely.
And then you go on to say, EMS advised patient that with his display of behavior, he'd be lucky to keep his job. What did you mean by that?
Because most of our guys that get in trouble for DWI, they keep their job. I mean, they get a slap on the hand, they serve their time, do whatever punishment is handed down. But it's not like they're gonna lose their job most of the time, right? But in this situation where he started kicking vents and windows and cussing at an officer, yeah, he was, in my opinion, he was gonna be very lucky to keep his job after this.
So you wouldn't be surprised for me to tell you today that he did in fact get terminated as a result of this?
Not at all.
All right, I will pass the witness.
Any cross, Mr. Cervantes?
Yes. There's a part of your report that says that Samano was kicking the seats in the console. Did you inspect the vehicle for damage?
I did not, sir.
Okay. And my understanding, there's a thing called a troll monitor, not a troll, a croll monitor or something like that, where you attach the leads to take the vitals.
The Zoll monitor, sir.
Zoll,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you, a Zoll monitor. So you attached that when Samano was in the DPS patrol vehicle?
He was not in the DPS patrol vehicle upon our arrival. He was in the SAPD officer vehicle.
Okay. So he was in a caged vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at any point in time, did the DPS trooper ask you to come look at damage that was caused?
No, sir.
Had he asked you to do that, you would have written that in your report, correct?
Absolutely, but that's not part of that's not why we were there. We're just there for the patient, sir.
That's not what I asked you. If the trooper had asked you to note the damage in City Exhibit 19, you would have written that there because you were asked to write everything that happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you agree there's no way to fake tachycardia and trick a Zoll monitor that you know of?
Would I agree that there's no way to trick it? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, that you know of.
No, sir. Yeah, I agree. There's no way to trick it that I know of.
So the Zoll monitor, to your knowledge, there was no issues with it operating accurately, correct? The Zoll monitor?
No, sir.
The one you were using.
Right, sir. No, sir. No issues that I was aware of.
All right. So whenever you've seen readings of the Zoll monitor during that time, the readings were consistent with your physical observations, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't conspire with David Samano to delay his booking, did you?
No, sir.
You wouldn't do anything like that, would you?
Absolutely not.
And your reportings of his symptoms were accurate and based upon the medical science that you were aware of, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you talk to Chief Hood or anyone involved in the disciplinary process about?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. And in fact, he was having a panic attack, was he not?
He appeared to be at one point, yes, sir.
All right. And in fact, you gave him nitro, correct?
We gave him nitro and aspirin for chest pain.
All right. And you would agree that he was taken to a hospital where they did a full diagnosis of him?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with HIPAA laws that deal with privacy of medical records?
I am. Yes, sir.
All right. And so you're aware that if blood is drawn at a hospital, the DA can subpoena the blood records to determine whether someone's DWI. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And so the blood alcohol that was determined, if it was determined by the hospital, would have had a blood alcohol levels sooner in time than any blood alcohol from a breath test or warrant, correct?
I'm not familiar with that process, sir.
Okay, but you do know that he had blood drawn at the hospital.
I wasn't there for that. I know that we went in with an IV and that they were planning on doing some blood draws, yes, sir. But I wasn't there to see it happen.
All right. And if a person is taken to a hospital, he can be booked by proxy at the hospital, correct?
I don't know, sir. I'm not familiar with that process.
You've taken people to University Hospital who were under arrest, correct?
I have, yes, sir.
And do you know whether when they're taken to University Hospital, they're booked by proxy at the hospital?
Again, I'm not familiar with that process, sir.
All right. Have you known of other firefighters interacting with law enforcement in a negative fashion?
No, sir.
When firefighters make the news for suspensions, are you aware of those suspensions?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the suspensions of 2 female lieutenants interacting poorly with SAPD officers at the Aztec?
So I know that there are reports that come out, but there are no specifics with that.
Okay, so were you aware of a lieutenant that was causing a disturbance at the Aztec and threatened an SAPD officer?
So now that you say that, I recall reading that, yes.
Okay, and what was your understanding of what happened?
Mr. Hartsfield,
I have no,
I'd like to object to this line of questioning, if I could have a running objection to the relevance and the fact he has no firsthand knowledge of these incidents.
You can have a running objection, and I'll allow Mr. Swintis to make his record to link it up to what he expressed in his opening about the consistency of discipline. And if the witness needs to have the question repeated because you've lost track of it with the objection and my ruling, you may do so.
Let me start over. You heard about that because it was reported in both television and newspapers, correct?
no, sir. I heard about that because we get a disciplinary action report that comes out, I don't know, I'm going to say every couple of months or every year.
All right, and so it summarized the misconduct of that particular lieutenant who engaged in misconduct at the Aztec, correct?
Very vaguely. It's not in detail. It's not specific.
All right, and she wasn't fired, was she?
I have no idea, sir.
And then there was another lieutenant who got into an altercation at Worstfest with a male. And then when police showed up to try to break up the situation, she pushed the officer and cursed at him and other people, correct?
I have no idea, sir. I don't know anything about that.
All right. So other than verbal conduct, you didn't see any physical misconduct by Samano directed towards the trooper, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And are you familiar with the Stephen Boldway case where he wrecked into 2 SAPD patrol cars?
I am.
All right. And what is your understanding of what happened there?
From what I understand, I believe he may have had a DWI and wrecked into an officer that was on I don't know, maybe working an accident or something. I don't know all the details on it.
All right, and he struck a patrol car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the officers had to jump over the barrier to avoid being hit, correct?
That I don't know.
All right. You know of any firefighters that were fired for DWI prior to Officer Samano?
Not right offhand, sir.
And are you familiar with Chief Hood's policies on DWIs in terms of discipline that have evolved over the years?
I don't know all the specifics of it. No, sir. But I know that he has put out, he's been pretty tough on it.
Okay, so let's talk about how he's been tough. In front of you, you should have union exhibits Samano 0001 to 0003.
The red tab.
Okay.
That starts with
You've seen that document dated December 9th, 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that you're unaware of any firefighter that's been terminated other than Samano under this policy?
As far as I'm aware, sir.
All right. And then on March 1st, 2019, Chief Hood put out a new policy on 0003 to 0004, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And you saw that, correct?
I see that right here. Yes, sir.
And the date of that was March 1st, 2019, correct?
That's what I have here. Yes, sir.
And going back to your report, your report is dated February 7th, 2019. So your report is before the chief put out Samano 0003, 0004, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And of course, Samano's incident happened on January 31st, 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as you understand these two documents, would you agree that Samano's conduct in terms of discipline would be covered by 0003 and 0002?
I'm going to object. This particular witness is a medical engineer, and he's not involved in the disciplinary process.
His one understanding of discipline, not what it should be.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll give you a running objection and allow Mr. Fuentes to make his record, because I'm inferring that he's going to be linking this up to his argument about consistent treatment. And if the witness needs to have the question repeated, we can do that for you, sir.
Okay. Repeat, please.
I'll just re-ask. Samano 0001 through 0002, which is the December 9th, 2014 letter, that would have covered Samano's incident in January of 2019, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in 0001, if you go to the third paragraph of that page, they talk about based on circumstances surrounding the arrest. Have you ever been explained what the circumstances surrounding the arrest means?
Have I ever been explained what, sir?
What the circumstances surrounding the arrest means in that document?
No, sir.
All right. And in Samano 0003 to 0004, if we go to 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth paragraph, we also see the identical language based upon circumstances surrounding the arrest. It's the same language, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the March 1, 2019, the difference between the March 2019 and the 2014 is the minimum goes from 60 days to 90 days. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in the second document, it has, in the presence of other extenuating circumstance, the first offense may result in termination. That language is not in 0001 and 0002, is it?
No, sir.
All right. What was your understanding of Chief Hood's policy on DWI before the second memo?
Before the second memo?
Yes,
Is that what you asked me?
yes.
My understanding of the DWI policy was that if you got caught with a DWI, you were going to be possibly face suspension, depending on how many you've had as well. There were a lot of variables that came into that.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
Ask the witness.
Any redirect?
Just a few, Mr. Hartsfield. Engineer Aguilar, just so I understand it, are you responsible, as part of your duties and your job, are you responsible for issuing discipline?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the memos that you were asked to look at by Mr. Cifuentes, did you write these?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so we talked, or you guys talked a little bit about the December 2014 memo being the one that was applicable at the date of Samano's incident. And you looked specifically at paragraph 3. Are you still on that page on Samano 001?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in this paragraph 3, the first offense for driving while intoxicated will result in indefinite suspension. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that means at first they're going to get fired, correct?
Okay.
Is that
Yes,
what you
ma'am.
understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then it says, goes on to say, based on circumstances surrounding the arrest, a release and settlement agreement may be offered. Do you understand, what do you understand that to mean, that it may be offered?
As it would depend on the circumstances, on what.
Okay. Now, you've never been arrested for DWI, have you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so this policy is not something you've been through.
No, ma'am.
So your interpretation is going to be just on a plain reading of it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But in your memo that you did write, because you had firsthand knowledge of the events that were surrounding Samano, you said he'd be lucky to keep his job. Do you stand by that statement today?
Absolutely.
Did it surprise you to know he lost his job?
It did not.
And these other incidents that Mr. Cifuentes asked you about, you know, another accident or the Aztec Theater or any of those, did you have any hand in disciplining on those?
No, ma'am.
Were you called out to the scene on any of those?
No, ma'am.
And in your 17 years as with the San Antonio Fire Department, how many calls have you responded to where a member of your department is being arrested for DWI.
This is the first one.
The first and only one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's kind of shocking to you, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. I'll pass the witness.
Any additional recross, Mr. Cervantes?
A moment, please.
Sure. And if you need a break, that'd be fine too.
Were you surprised that Boldway was not terminated?
I really didn't know the outcome of that, sir.
Okay, knowing that he wasn't terminated, are you surprised by that?
I really don't know the circumstances of what happened. I wasn't there.
Okay. And the exhibit dated December 2014, whether you wrote it, it was written to all members of the department and you were required to understand it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so when we asked you what the policy was on Chief Hood's DWI, it was based upon having received that document, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also based upon the suspensions that you say you read about. What did you call that? The annual bulletin or the report, or what was it that you called it? You said you read about
What are we referring to?
You mentioned that you read about discipline issued on various people, and you
Oh, yeah. Yes, there is a report of the disciplinary action that has taken place over the past, I don't know how often it comes out. I really don't know. It may be yearly, it may be quarterly, I don't know.
And that's from the fire department or the fire chief?
It comes through the email. I really don't know who writes it. It comes from the chief's office.
Okay, so your knowledge of what the chief's policy was on DWI punishment came from the December 4th, 2019 letter and the bulletin that you just referenced when you answered your question on what's the chief policy on DWI, correct? You based upon those two things.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Any additional direct?
No, Mr. Hartsfield, and we would ask that Engineer Aguilar be excused.
All right, so I'm hearing that as being released. Won't be subject to recall. And Mr. Cervantes, is that all right with you?
That's fine, Mr. Hartsfield.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Engineer Aguilar. You're released and should be able to go about the rest of your daily business. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is the city ready to call its next witness, or do you need a break to arrange for the witness to get there?
We would like a few minutes to arrange the witness. The next witness will be Chief Hood, so we'll probably need about 15 minutes.
Sure. All right, why don't we take a 15-minute break and come back at 25 or 2:25, 2:30, somewhere in there. All right.
Thank you.
And Ms. Schultz, did we take enough of a break for you to get a chance to rest your hands? Because I know we've been going fast and furious.
Thank you so much. Yes, it was enough of a time for
All
me.
right.
Appreciate it.
Anytime you need a break, just let me know, because I'm suspecting we're going at a quick pace here for you.
At times it is. I'm going to pause the recording until they come back just to save on
Sure.
time.
And on the recordings, are you saving those as separate files when you pause it, or is it all one big file?
I think it's all one big file, but I'm not sure. It goes to cloud, and cloud's a mystery to me.
Well, my experience has been that when you save it as separate files, if you know how to do that, it actually makes the processing in the cloud faster rather than one large file. It seems to be able to do it faster with smaller files, but
Maybe it does. Yeah, that might be true.
that's for your use rather than necessarily my use.
Mhm. Here we go.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, are you ready to resume?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Mr. Hartsfield.
And the chief is ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, then if I can have the court reporter swear in the chief, I'll go over a few of the administrative items before we start this question.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to offer in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
And now, Chief, I know you've testified via video before, so I'm going to go through these rather quickly. The witness rule has been invoked. Do you need for me to summarize what the witness rule means?
No, sir.
All right. And whenever they're asking questions, if you can answer verbally rather than nodding or shaking your head, that'll make for a better record. If at any time you need a break, just let us know. And if you'll put your cell phone on mute, that way we won't have it ringing during your testimony. But if there's an emergency you need to respond to, just tell us and we'll make the adjustment for that. And if you'll be sure that you let the questioner finish their question before you start to answer. That will make for a cleaner record. And at times there might be an objection to a question. So if you'll allow me to rule before you start to answer. That will move things along. And whenever you're referring to documents, if you'll let me know, I can see the table in front of you. So generally, I'll know when you're looking down at a document, but it just makes for a smoother record if you'll tell me that. And if there's any time when we lose video or audio, let us know and we'll adjust for it. And my understanding is that it's you and the two attorneys for the city and the city representative in the room, and that's all who's there in the room with you.
Yes, sir, that's correct, and I understand.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief. And then we'll let Ms. Pfeiffer start the questioning. And when she's done, there may be some questions for you from Mr. Cervantes. So Ms. Pfeiffer, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Hartsfield. You've been sworn in, right?
Yes.
Okay, make sure I don't forget. Okay, Chief Hood, will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Nathaniel Hood. I'm the fire chief of the city of San Antonio. I've been in this position since April 16, 2007. I have a staff of about 1,900 uniformed and civilian. We protect a city of about 1.5 million people with a budget of about $330 million. We're responsible for all fire and EMS activities, fire prevention, community involvement, any fire related issues, and emergency management for the city of San Antonio.
Okay. I know as the chief of the fire department, you probably have a lot of responsibilities. So I'm going to try to narrow it down a little bit, so because we could be here all day talking about what you're responsible for.
Yes, ma'am.
But specifically, is it your job to discipline these staff members, these 1,900 staff members, if the need arises?
Yes, ma'am. Discipline is necessary in any organization, and so from my arrival here in 2007, we updated our disciplinary processes. We wanted to make sure that they were corrective, they were progressive, they were fair, that they were meant to be fair to every member of the organization, whether EMS, fire, or civilian. We had seen discrepancies in the past before our arrival, so absolutely I'm responsible for the discipline of the employees of this department.
And are you the person within the department that makes that decision of what the ultimate discipline will be?
Yes, I'm at the ultimate responsibility, yes.
Okay.
But again, we could go into depth about the individual responsibilities and accountability of each member and the supervisory staff through the chain of command as far as their responsibilities and being accountable in the disciplinary process.
So specifically, I'd like to talk to you about driving while intoxicated. I know you've been with the San Antonio Fire Department since April of 2007. When you got here, when you arrived at the FAFD, what was the driving while intoxicated policy?
Their driving while intoxicated policy, there was one, but it was administered different ways to different people. My first day that I arrived here, I had a stack of discipline, sir, about this high on my desk. There's nothing else on the desk except a pile of red folders. And it was obvious at the time that the former administration looked at discipline in different ways depending on who the person was who was disciplined, what their rank was, what division they worked in. I had a one DWI case that was over 180 days, which no one had ever attended to. This employee was driving a minivan, intoxicated, had kids in the vehicle and a weapon, and he was not disciplined. So the first couple of years that I got here, one of those years we had 19 DWIs in a year. And so what was happening was if you got a DWI, you'd still come to work. They just wouldn't let you drive. And if you got multiple offenses, it was okay. So there was no there was no seeking out of help for anyone as far as treatment, no repercussions as far as changing their work status. So what we did was we made sure that if you got a DWI, that you weren't going to be allowed to show up at work at your normal fire station because that puts you in a level of comfort. So we decided up until the process was done with your DWI that we'll put you at services. That's our fleet, our warehouse, our logistics center. And so you'd be assigned there to perform menial tasks as far as whatever we needed you to do until we could figure out what the DWI looked like. And so by doing that, we were taking people out of their comfort zones. We wanted to make sure that they understood that it was serious. We wanted to make sure that they understood that they had to seek some type of help and that this is just not an open door policy as far as continuing to get DWIs. We'd had multiple offenders, and so we needed to put in a policy or programs that were going to help our members, and that's what we attempted to do.
So if I understand it correctly, when you got here, there was no real DWI policy, but you made some changes, getting them, try to be progressive and corrective in your attempt to discipline them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that starts us in 2007, and as you go forward, did you have the need, or did the need arise to then change and amend that policy again?
The need changed because we were still seeing spikes. We were still seeing repeat offenders. My fear was that we were going to kill a civilian, or worse yet, kill one of our own folks that were operating on the side of the road. I've had the experience of losing a friend in Phoenix by a drunk driver who ran to the back of his ambulance and killed him. So again, the fear was that we were going to take one of our own members' lives.
I'd like to draw your attention, and for convenience sake, I'm just going to use the Samano exhibits because they're right in front of you right now. Looking at Exhibit 1001. This is a memo dated December 9th, 2014. Do you recall this memo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you put out this memo?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this memo, I'm going to refer to it as the December 2014 memo, did this December 2014 memo change the DWI policy yet again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any DWI that occurred prior to December 9th, 2014 operated under a separate policy?
That's correct.
Any DWI from December 9th, 2014 operated under this policy?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, I'd like you to look at paragraph 3. And it says that this shall serve as notice to all uniformed personnel effective immediately. How is this memo given to all your uniformed personnel?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, how was it given?
Yes, how is it disseminated? How do you tell them that this memo is in effect?
Well, you know, we sent it out electronically and then made sure that we pushed it out. This is a labor management idea, so we pushed it out in a lot of different ways. But the main form is through email, and then making sure that supervisors had discussions with their troops about this.
And all uniformed personnel, when this sent out, were required to read this policy and know this policy.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of the rules and regulations that San Antonio Fire Department employees or uniformed personnel have to file say in rules and regs specifically that you're responsible for knowing them.
Absolutely.
Ignorance is not acceptable.
That's right.
Okay. So in this third paragraph, it goes on to say that the first offense, driving while intoxicated, will result in an indefinite suspension. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
What is an indefinite suspension?
So an indefinite suspension is basically we are looking at whatever that disciplinary process, whatever it is that it is serious enough for you to be suspended indefinitely, potentially losing your job.
So an indefinite suspension is a termination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then the paragraph goes on to say, based on the circumstances surrounding the arrest, a release and settlement agreement may be offered to the employee. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I read that may be offered, it may be offered. Are you required to offer it?
No, not at
Okay.
all.
And when I read based on the circumstances surrounding the arrest, what does that mean to you?
So we looked at this, and you know, I believe in second chance management, but I do also understand that sometimes things happen to where you're not granted a second chance because of what happened. As I mentioned, we've been very lucky over the years when we had 19 DWIs that we didn't have any civilians that were injured severely. We didn't have any fatalities. Those things would have been circumstances that surrounded that arrest where a person would probably lose their job. The other thing that I took very seriously is our behavior, is how we treated our first responders, whether that be fire department, EMS, from other agencies, including ours and law enforcement. So those were also circumstances that surrounded that arrest to where you may not get a second chance.
So if I'm understanding this paragraph in your testimony correctly, a release and settlement may be, well, let me back up. First, a DWI automatically results in an indefinite suspension, which is akin to a termination.
Yes.
And then based on the circumstances, you may then decide to offer a release and settlement of 60 days, a minimum of 60 days, according to this policy.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. But if, for example, someone was injured, or depending on how someone treats fellow first responders dealing with the situation, you then take all that into consideration to decide whether or not that release and settlement is in fact going to be offered.
Yes, ma'am. We would look at the totality of the incident as far as what happened. If it was a standard, which again, I shouldn't say a standard DWI, but unfortunately, we have standard DWIs to where the person is arrested. There are no behavioral issues. There are no aggravated issues with law enforcement. There are no injuries. So those are what I would consider a standard DWI, unfortunately.
You then go on in this memo to talk about, hope that this shows how the severity of the charge of driving while intoxicated. What is so severe about driving while intoxicated?
Well, the severity is each and every one of us that puts on this uniform, we've responded to accidents where drugs or alcohol were involved. We've seen the tragic nature of people losing their lives. We have seen people that are wrapped around telephone poles or crunched up in vehicles, and they're dead when we get there. A lot of times, unfortunately, these are innocent people that weren't even drinking. And so we have seen the devastation of what a DWI can cause firsthand. We have the ultimate responsibility of wearing this uniform as far as the image that we represent the city of San Antonio, also the other members of this department. So you never want to look on TV and see that somebody's gotten a DWI, and God forbid we've hurt someone. So again, it's one of the most important things we do as far as putting this uniform on and having the respect of the people that we serve. And so for us to have members that are out there driving while intoxicated, potentially causing harm, that's something that we can't tolerate.
And then on the second page of this memo, you even outline steps for uniformed personnel to take if they need a ride home or if they need services. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these services open to all uniformed personnel?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to have you turn the page again to Samano 2, which is 003 on the bottom. There you go. Now, this is a memo that goes out, dated March 1st, 2019. Do you recall this March 1st, 2019 memo?
Yes,
And you drafted, or you created this memo and put it out to the department?
yes,
And in this memo, you changed the DWI policy yet again and make it even more severe, correct?
yes,
So at the time that this March 2019 memo came out, it applied to any DWIs arising from March 1st, 2019 on.
yes, ma'am.
All right. So, you know you're here today to talk about the David Samano discipline, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that DWI, Mr. Samano got a DWI, occurred on January 31st, 2019. So would you agree with me then that the applicable DWI policy for the San Antonio Fire Department at the time Mr. Samano was given a DWI was the December 2014 memo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you learned that how did you learn that Mr. Samano got a DWI?
I get notified in several different ways. One is the police chief calling me at 4 a.m. The sheriff's, the sheriff calling me at 5 a.m, or one of my staff letting me know. In this particular case, I do not remember how I was notified, but they're usually first thing in the morning after the event has happened.
Okay. So you get notified that Mr. Samano gets a DWI, and walk me through the disciplinary process at that point.
Okay, so we hear about it, and so Mr. Samano is going to be placed down at services. He's notified his chain of command probably of the incident, and then he's going to be down at services awaiting the trial. And again, those things can take, depending on where it happens, quite a while. So I'm not sure how long this one turned around, but he was placed at services.
Okay. I'm going to have you, once he's placed at services and you decide to issue discipline, is Mr. Samano notified
Is he notified?
that you're proceeding with discipline?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay. And he gets what's called a notice of proposed,
Yes.
correct? Do you bring him in and talk to him at all?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you brought Mr. Samano in, well, let me back up. In this particular case, Mr. Samano was given a notice of proposed indefinite suspension, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? Okay, then you bring him in and you talk to him, correct?
Yes.
When you bring him in to talk to him, what does he tell you about the incident?
Well, usually when people come in, by that time, sometimes we have videos, sometimes we have the reports from the officers. In this case, it was Department of Public Safety, and any other information revolving around that incident. Sometimes we have minimal information, and you're relying on the person to prove or give you context. In this situation, we did have quite a bit of information about the events surrounding Mr. Samano's being pulled over and being arrested.
You mentioned a DPS report. Did you have that report prior to meeting with Mr. Samano?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider the information contained within the DPS report?
I thought it was very disappointing information that we received, and yes, I considered it.
When you met with Samano, did you also have the letters from the fellow firefighters that responded to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Engine 45 and Medic 45 were dispatched for a medical emergency involving Mr. Samano. So, out of all my years being here and dealing in discipline, I've never had a member that we had to discipline where we had to consider letters from a crew that responded on the incident. So this was a first for me.
Did you consider the letters from the fellow firefighters when making your decision on what discipline to impose on firefighters?
Absolutely.
When you met with Mr. Samano, what did he tell you about the incident?
Well, you know, I remember him saying that he went out to have some drinks with some fellow firefighters, and at the end of the night, they, you know, all had alternate means of transportation. I think they probably tried to get him to take an Uber or something like that. I think I remember him saying he lived close.
But I'm
And that
non-responsive nature. He mixes between what Mr. Samano told him and what other people say, and his response is not a narrative. I mean, is a narrative and doesn't respond directly to the question, and he volunteers information that's not asked. So I had asked that from here on out, we keep it in question and answer form.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, your response?
Well, the question was open-ended about what Mr. Samano did inform Chief Hood during that meeting. And if I have to ask specifics, I'm more than happy to do so, but they're more likely to be leading, which is also not what we want.
Well,
No.
I think the
Go
problem.
ahead, Mr. Swinton.
But the problem isn't that whether it's leading or not leading, it's the way the chief responds is non-responsive. He switches back from what Samano told him and from what he heard from other people. And when he starts talking about what he hears from other people, that's non-responsive.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection because what I heard from the chief was what Mr. Samano was telling him that others had said to Mr. Samano that evening, not what those others had said to the chief. And if I misunderstood his testimony, he can correct me at this point. So, Chief, was that what Mr. Samano was telling you, or what others had told you about him being out with others and
No, sir,
about being encouraged?
This is what Mr. Samano told me as we sat there and we talked about the events of the evening.
All right. So I'm going to understand the chief's answer to be what Mr. Samano told him. And if you'll limit yourself to that, and then Ms. Pfeiffer can come back and ask any questions about what others told you. And if you need to have the question restated for you, you certainly may. And Mr. Cervantes, I will give you a running objection so that you can come back in your post-hearing submission and tell me why I shouldn't rely on the information I'm about to receive. So, Chief, do you need the question? Oh, Mr. Cervantes?
I think that you need to avoid long narratives in response to questions.
I'll break it up, Mr.
Well, I'll overrule that a bit and give you some room, Ms. Pfeiffer, because my sense is that if she starts asking more detailed questions, she'll end up with leading the witness, and I'd rather hear what the witness remembers and have him testify is what his memory is of the conversation, and she can keep him on track with questions along the way. So why don't you go ahead and ask your question without understanding, Ms. Pfeiffer, and we'll let the chief respond.
Thank you, Mr. Hartsell. All right, Chief. I've honestly forgot what I asked, so we'll go this way. When you're talking to Mr. Samano during this meeting, did he admit to drinking that night?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that he was out drinking with some colleagues, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what did Mr. Samano tell you about whether, or did he tell you anything about whether he was fit to drive after he had consumed alcohol that evening?
I don't remember if he did or not.
And you were telling us about the other firefighters finding a different ride home. Where did you learn that information?
Mr. Samano explained that to me.
But Mr. Samano did not utilize an Uber or alternative means.
He did not.
What did Mr. Samano tell you related to the arrest?
I don't remember a lot about what Mr. Samano said as far as what happened between he and the DPS officer, I really don't remember a lot of that. A lot of my knowledge, again, was from what I read from the reports. I don't really remember a lot about
Responsive, lack of personal knowledge, lack of memory. The narrative at this point in time doesn't respond to the question.
Overruled.
You can continue.
Okay, so I don't really remember a lot about that part of the conversation.
All right. What do you remember from that meeting? What did you take away from your meeting with Samano?
I think Mr. Samano was, from what I remember, disappointment in what had happened. That's a tough question. Not really. That's a tough question. That's the best answer I can give you.
Do you recall addressing the fact with Mr. Samano, his behavior towards the DPS trooper?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Samano provide an explanation to why he was name calling and this trooper?
I can't remember his exact reason for his behavior.
Did you ask him about his behavior of damaging the trooper's vehicle with the kicking of the?
Yes, that was brought up. That was brought up in the discussion also.
Do you recall what Mr. Samano responded in response to questions on that line?
No, I don't remember.
During these meetings, who sits in with you?
Normally, it's someone from the union, usually the grievance chair, and then one of my deputy chiefs will be the scribe. So there's normally only 4 people in the room.
So notes are taken on the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you review the notes at the conclusion of the meeting?
No, I don't.
Were notes taken in the meeting with Mr. Samano?
Yes. That's the meeting you were talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes, notes were taken.
And at the conclusion of that, do you take that meeting and what Mr. Samano tells you into account when you decide the final discipline?
Absolutely.
So we've talked about that you took into account the DPS report, correct?
Yes.
The meeting with Mr. Samano,
Yes.
and all the letters from the firefighters that wrote on this incident when you made your final determination.
Yes, you're correct.
I'd like you to turn to tab 1. It's way back on this side, the blue tab. That would be City's Exhibit 1, posted 001, which is the Notice of Indefinite Suspension. All right, you with me so far?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
This is your signature on page 2 of that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the final discipline that was given to Mr. Samano as a result of this incident, correct?
Correct.
And it was an indefinite suspension?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to me why you gave Mr. Samano specifically an indefinite suspension.
Specifically, was his behavior with the trooper, calling the trooper the F-bomb, F-word, damage to the trooper's vehicle, to his dash, then the belligerent behavior toward our firefighters that came out to treat him, the letters that they presented afterwards. So these were all reasons enough for me to look at the belligerent behavior, the aggressive behavior, the damage to property, the utilization of our folks and them having to write letters because of his behavior. Those were all reasons enough for me to terminate him.
You mentioned he called the trooper the F-word, the F-bomb, I think you called it. Are we referring to a derogatory term that's sometimes used against people?
Yes, absolutely derogatory. Also claiming that he had a relationship with a DA. And one of the other things that I do remember was threatening, as far as he hoped he never saw him on a call, threatening services on that DPS officer.
Threatening to withhold service.
Yes, ma'am.
What is someone threatening to withhold medical or fire services tell you about that individual?
Well, you know, it states in this situation they were trying to use leverage of their position over a person and threatening them. And if you ever see me on a run or something, then I'm not going to treat you. So again, it's a threat, and it's something that as a firefighter or paramedic, you take this oath to serve that you should never be threatening anybody with withholding treatment.
As a firefighter or a medical or an EMS officer or paramedic, any one of those, as uniformed personnel of the San Antonio Fire Department, are they responsible for treating everybody equally?
Absolutely.
Does it matter if personal relationships aside?
It doesn't matter who calls, why. It doesn't matter who they are, what neighborhood they're in. We're supposed to treat everyone empathetically and fairly. It doesn't matter.
Why not offer Mr. Samano the release and settlement 60 days as indicated in the DWI policy?
As I mentioned before, I'd never dealt with a DWI incident to this level, to where one of our members became belligerent, threatening, destroying property. We've never dealt with that before. And again, to tolerate an instance like this would be nothing but encouraging it in the future. So there was no way that we could overlook this incident and make it a run-of-the-mill DWI that we'd had before.
When you consider the final indefinite, is it my understanding then that you consider the totality of the circumstances surrounding the arrest, the charges brought forth, and his statements to you during this meeting, as well as these firefighter letters?
Yes, ma'am, all of that.
All right. Before we move on to treatment of others, is there anything else that related to the Samano situation that you think, that you consider that we haven't talked about that you need the arbitrator to know?
Not to my knowledge.
Then if you would, turn back to the red tab in your book. It's going to be Samano 005 at the bottom, which is tab 3 for those of you on the electronic version. All right. This document is a disciplinary document for fire apparatus operator Connolly. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I understand this document correctly, it is dealing with insurance fraud that he was disciplined for.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first let me go back. The date of this document is December 10th, 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This would not have fallen under the DWI policy that was dated in December of 2014, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not even a DWI.
Correct.
So how you disciplined Connolly has no bearing on how you disciplined Mr. Samano.
You're correct.
All right. Then if you'll turn to me to 0014, tab 4 for your electronic version. This also purports to be a discipline for a Lieutenant Stampill dated January 21st, 2010. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like you signed it, February 10th, 2010. Either way, that date takes this out of the DWI policy that came into effect December of 2014, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the discipline issued to Lieutenant Samhill in this document has no bearing on what you did with Samano because there was a change in policy.
Correct.
Okay. Looks like then we have another one for Mr. Samhill on Samano 0017.
Yes, ma'am.
And the date you signed that document was May of 2010, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this also doesn't fall within the DWI policy that Samano was held to.
Correct.
All right, and then on Samano 0019, this is a purported discipline of firefighter Bramer, if I'm saying his name correctly, and that was prior to the policy that Mr. Samano was held to because of innocent active date.
Correct.
Okay, and then Samano 0021, we've got a firefighter Eric Wolf with a signature date of May of 2011.
Yes, ma'am.
That also doesn't fall within the policy
Correct.
that we're here today about.
Correct.
And Samano 0023.
Yes, ma'am.
This is on a firefighter, Stephen Boldway Jr. Do you recall this incident?
Absolutely.
All right, first, the date that you signed this was June of 2011. So this also doesn't fall under the same policy that Mr. Samano was held to, correct?
Correct.
All right. Prior to you coming in today, I will represent to you that there has been some questions specifically about this case, so I'm going to ask you some specific questions.
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, firefighter Boldway was charged with a DWI, correct?
Yes.
And there was a car accident as it relates to that DWI.
Yes, ma'am.
Differentiate for me why Stephen Boldway gets a different discipline than Samano.
Stephen Boldway, fortunately didn't injure either one of those officers. I think they had to jump out of the way for him. And Stephen Boldway, this was his second offense. I remember this quite well, but the thing that's different about that, if either one of those police officers would have been injured, he'd have lost his job. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. And you say injured, I mean, it looks like we got a sprained foot. Are we consider that an injury, or is that just a minor?
I think that's minor. But again, any significant injuries in this situation, firefighter Boldway would have lost his job.
And to your knowledge of this incident, did firefighter Boldway, was he belligerent to the officers?
No, ma'am.
Did he damage the police vehicles by
No,
kicking
ma'am.
them?
No, ma'am.
And of course, it's under a different policy guideline.
Absolutely.
All right, looks like then we're at Samano 0025, Lieutenant Stampill again. And that one's dated October of 2012, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That also doesn't fall under the same policy as Samano, does it?
Correct.
All right, and looks like then we're at 0029. We've got a firefighter Fines,
Fine.
and that is June of 2013. That's prior to the policy that Samano's held to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What number are we on? 29?
That was
29.
tab 10 for you on your electronic version. So we've got tab 11, which is Samano 0032. We've got a firefighter Higgins, and that's for November of 2014. Looks like it was signed in October of 2014. So that was prior to the policy.
Are we looking at 29?
0032.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You did 29, right? So on 0032, looks like we have firefighter Higgins,
Yes, ma'am.
and this was also prior to the policy coming into effect in December of 2014,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
So again, no bearing on Samano's discipline.
No, ma'am.
All right. We've got tab 12, which is 0035 in your book. And this is a firefighter Hildebrand, also prior to the enactment of your DWI policy that Samano was held to.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then, all right, so then that brings us to the next one, which is Samano 0038. All right, this is firefighter Symes, and looks like he is got a driving while intoxicated, and you signed it December 5th of 2014. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Now, this would have been the first one we've come to so far in all of these prior disciplines that is applicable under the DWI policy in effect at the time of Samano's incident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in this particular incident, what is different about this? Because firefighter Symes is given a release and settlement as evidence on page 0041. So what's different about his DWI from Samano?
Well, it says he was arrested and charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated. So obviously there were no other issues as far as him being belligerent, him damaging property, him being aggressive with the officers or the first responders, and there were no first responders on this. So that's a big difference, huge difference.
And I'm looking at the date that he was actually charged with the driving while intoxicated, which is listed as September 12th, 2014. So even though you signed it after your policy change, the incident itself occurred prior to
Yes, ma'am.
December 9th, 2014. All right. Then that takes us to Samano 0044, which is tab 14 on the electronic version. All right, this is a discipline for Engineer Wolf, signed December 18th, 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, there's a number of incidents listed within this document, but all of the incidents, the incident dates, when they actually occurred, was prior to the enactment of your DWI policy, December 9th, 2014. Is that correct?
Yes, last one was in November, yes.
So that they would have also not been held to the same policy as Mr. Samano.
Correct.
And the discipline of Mr. Wolf had no bearing on the discipline for Mr. Samano.
No, ma'am.
All right, and Chief, I apologize. I'm going to just clarify something up really quick. It looks like on 0038, which was the second one for firefighter Symes, the discipline, I misspoke, and that date was also prior to the enactment of your 2014 December 9th policy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for that. I just want to make that very clear. We haven't even gotten to one of the disciplines that appellant has offered under this new policy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then if you will turn to 0052, tab 15. This purports to be a discipline of firefighter Salazar, signed January of 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, if I'm accurate, and correct me if I'm wrong, this, of the disciplines we've gone over, this is the very first one under the policy for Mr. Samano.
That's correct.
Okay. And on page 0053 has a little paragraph explaining the facts surrounding firefighter Salazar. Looks like he got charged with the DWI. And then ultimately, what about this situation is different than Samano?
Again, there was no damage to the police vehicles. There was no EMS or first responders called out to where there was any belligerence toward them. There's no damage to any vehicles.
And nothing in this document suggests that firefighter Salazar threatened to withhold emergency services.
No, ma'am.
Does that play into a factor for you?
Yes, anytime someone would do that, obviously, yes.
The next one then would be 0058, tab 16. This purports to be a discipline of Engineer Garza.
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like you signed that in July of 2016. Do you recall this incident?
Yes, I sure do.
Okay, and Engineer Garza was ultimately offered a release and settlement, but what was different about his DWI?
Again, there were no aggressive tones or belligerency to any law enforcement officers. There's no damage to any vehicles. First responders weren't called out. They weren't treated unfairly. So there was no threat of not providing service. So all of those same dynamics we've been talking about, none of them involved Engineer Garza.
Do you stand by the fact that discipline was more harsh for Mr. Samano than it was for firefighter Garza, or Engineer Garza?
More harsh?
Yes.
Yes. But again, on that scale to where everything is progressive, Mr. Samano's was more progressive because of his actions versus these other DWIs that we talked about.
Okay. The next one is Samano 0064, tab 17. All right, this purports to be a discipline for Engineer Pollock.
Yes.
You signed that September of 2016.
Right.
All right. And Engineer Pollock also got a release and settlement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What was different with his than Mr. Samano?
There was no aggressive behavior toward law enforcement. There was no vehicle damage. There were no derogatory terms presented to the officer. There was no threat of not providing services, and there was no report of any belligerent behavior from any first responders on this DWI.
And if I'm reading this paragraph correctly on 0065, he was charged with public intoxication, not with driving while intoxicated.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is different than Samano as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you will turn to 0069, which is tab 18. We have a document that purports to be a discipline for firefighter Fraser, signed in June of 2017 by yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And based on the documentation on 0072, it looks like Mr. Frazier received a release and settlement. So what was it about his incident that was different for you than Samano?
Again, he was cooperative with law enforcement, did not damage the vehicle, did not aggressively talk to them, was not belligerent to any first responders that responded on this incident, and did not threaten to uphold any treatment.
And if you'll turn to 0078, tab 19. We have what purports to be a discipline for firefighter Vasquez, signed by you in June of 2017. Do you recall this incident?
Yeah, unfortunately, I know so many of these folks, and again, Monaco did not threaten the officer. He didn't damage the vehicle. He did not use any derogatory language toward the officers or first responders, and he never threatened to withhold any treatment in case if he ran into that officer again.
Okay, if you'll turn to 0084. You're looking at tab 20 for the electronics.
Yes, ma'am.
This purports to be a discipline for Lieutenant Gomez, signed by you in October of 2017. Do you recall this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this is different than Samano?
Well, the first thing is this is a officer. Pretty much everyone else that we have come across are either engineers or firefighters. So this is a lieutenant, but again, didn't damage the vehicle, made no threats toward the officer, did not pose any threat or have issues with first responders. He did not threaten to withhold any treatment of the DPS officer or the police officer.
It takes us to 0091, tab 21. Looks like we have a document purporting the discipline for Engineer Tejeda, signed by you in June of 2018. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Looks like Engineer Tejeda was also given a release and settlement agreement. So please distinguish this incident from that of Mr. Samano.
Yes, ma'am. Again, he was not belligerent toward the officer. He did not damage the patrol officer's vehicle. He did not make any threat to withhold treatment. First responders were not called, and there were no letters written by first responders on this incident.
You'll go to 0108, tab 22. Looks like this purports to be a discipline of firefighter, and I apologize, I'm gonna.
Morales?
Morales, thank
Yeah.
you.
He's a twin.
Okay. This was signed by you in September of 2018. And it looks like he also received a release and settlement agreement. Distinguish this for me from Samano.
No belligerent behavior toward the officer. He did not damage the vehicle. He did not make any threats to withhold treatment. First responders were not called, and there were no letters by first responders.
I see in these facts that this firefighter was involved, though, in a motor vehicle collision.
Yes, ma'am.
Rear-ended someone. Were there no injuries as a result of that accident?
There were no injuries resulting in this.
And it looks like on the release and settlement 0111 that relates to this incident, you still gave the firefighter even a harsher punishment of 75 days than the 60 days in your policy.
Yes, ma'am, because there was an accident.
So you did take it into consideration?
Absolutely,
It just didn't warrant a termination?
absolutely.
That takes us to tab 23 or 0114, a release and settlement for firefighter Cuevas.
Did you say 114?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks like the that was the release and settlement, and then if you go to 117, that's where it starts the notice of indefinite.
Yes,
Looks like
ma'am.
it's backwards in this case. But either way, please distinguish his incident from the Samano case.
I remember this one well also. Firefighter Cuevas did not threaten law enforcement. He didn't damage a vehicle. There were no belligerent words used. There were no threats as far as withholding treatment.
It does look like there was a handgun found in the vehicle, though.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you take that into consideration?
Yes, we did.
If you will turn to Samano 0121. or
And if
tab
I could
20
stop you there, because on my copy, I've got a couple of blank pages where I think maybe what was in your document. And I'm just, let me check here and see what pages I'm missing. And I know I've gotten another copy sent. We started this morning, so let me check that second copy and see if I have those pages in that one. And otherwise, I'll just get someone from Mr. Savinta's office to resubmit them. So bear with me just a moment while I look to see what I have. Well, I don't see those in the other copy that was sent to me. So let me tell you what pages I need. And basically, it looks like I don't have a complete copy. And let me get there again. So I'm telling you the right pages, Mr. Saventus. I opened up yet a third copy, and it looks like, and if you can help me with this, Ms. Pfeiffer, were you looking at what space stamp pages 0117 for that exhibit 23?
Yes.
All right, let me scroll through here and see if I have them in this. And yes, this one I do have it. So, all right, bear with me for a moment while I mark this one as the set of exhibits to use. All right, I'm with you now. Thank you. So you may continue, and Mr. Cervantes, you don't need to send me anything because on this version of the exhibits from you, I have those pages.
All right, I believe we were looking at 0121, base number, and then the tab 24. So Chief, this purports to be a discipline of Lieutenant Casales, where you signed in March 21st of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that is after you changed the DWI policy in a memo dated March 1st of 2019, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but her incident itself occurred prior to the change in the DWI policy.
That's correct. And she wasn't driving.
Okay. So in this case, she still would fall under the same policy as Mr. Samano, but you'd already mentioned she wasn't driving. Distinguish it why this is different than Samano.
It was different because she wasn't driving. She was at Words Fest. And so, again, your behavior toward law enforcement or first responders is always going to be an issue. And we took that in consideration because she was belligerent. We had it on video. She was belligerent to the officer and at the jail, and we took those things into consideration.
And in that, did she threaten to withhold services that you
She did not threaten to withhold services. She didn't damage any property. Wasn't belligerent as far as using derogatory terms such as the F-bomb or F-word.
All right, and then if you'll turn to me to Samano 0126 or tab 25. This purports to be a discipline of Engineer Bramer and signed by you in June of 2019 with an incident date of December of 2018, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this, looks like he was also given a release and settlement. So describe for me the difference between Samano and Engineer Bramer.
Mr. Bramer was not belligerent toward law enforcement. He did not damage any police property. He did not use derogatory terms toward the officer. He did not threaten to withhold treatment or care, and first responders didn't have to write a letter because of his behavior, or they weren't called.
And if I'm reading this paragraph correctly on 0127, one of his arrests had nothing to do with alcohol, correct?
That's correct.
And the incident related to driving while intoxicated had already passed the 180-day mark. That incident occurred was in 2014.
That's correct.
So was his discipline due to failure to notify?
His discipline was failure to notify, and the only way we found out about the CWI is that he was accepted to paramedic training. So the state, for your paramedic certifications, they do a background check, and it was found.
So what he was disciplined for itself isn't similar to what Samano was?
Not at all.
Okay. Looks like then we'll turn to 0131 or tab 26. And this purports to be discipline for Engineer Do you recall Mr. Irving discipline?
Yes.
And this doesn't have anything to do with DWI, does it?
Not at all.
So we're just going to skip over that one and turn to 0137 or tab 27.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this purports to be a discipline for Engineer Drury, if I said his name correctly.
Yes.
And the date of incident in that is December 28th of 2019. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
So this discipline came after the change in the DWI policy of March 1st, 2019, correct?
ma'am.
So the discipline used for him wasn't the same, the matrix wasn't the same for Samano.
That's correct. He was on a skateboard or carrying a skateboard when this happened.
So he wasn't driving a vehicle either?
Not at all. It was in the cul-de-sac of his neighborhood.
Okay. And then we have one last one that didn't make it into the binder. It's just put on the paper right there for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get my copy. And this has been appellate 28. And this purports to be a discipline of a Lieutenant Carson,
Yes, ma'am.
and then who ultimately did receive a release and settlement. Distinguish Lieutenant Carson from Samano.
Well, first of all, she was at a theater, so she wasn't driving. That's the big deal. If she'd have been driving, she'd have lost her job too because of her belligerence with the police officers. But again, in this situation, no property was damaged. There's no threat to not treat EMS wise, and there were no F-bombs thrown, and there were no reports by other first responders that we had.
And if I'm looking at this, the date of incident was March 28th of 2019, also after the change in the DWI policy.
That's correct.
Okay. And we've mentioned a few times that as it relates to Mr. Samano, he dropped the F-bomb, and we've called it a derogatory term, and I apologize for having to say this, but just so the record is clear, you are referring to what specific word?
The word faggot.
Okay. And we don't need to go into it any more than that, but just so the record is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And in all of these disciplines, then, that we covered, none of them have the same, or at least I didn't hear it, you correct me if I'm wrong, the same level of things that you considered, with, like as you do with Samano.
You know, the interesting thing for you and you know, Mr. Hartsfield to hear, I've dealt in hundreds of disciplines, and unfortunately, I know quite a few of these folks that have been in here on this list. And the one thing that is different from this one than any of the others I've ever had, I've never had one of my members tear up a police car. I've never had one of my members act as belligerently toward law enforcement as we had in this situation. The thought of having someone to threaten not taking care of you or your family, I've never had that happen. And I've also never had a fire company and medic unit go out and were really disappointed in the activities or behavior of a member to where they produce letters for us. So this is the first time in the hundreds of disciplines that I've had. And I spend a lot of time with each and every member when we go through these, and I really try to get a Reader's Digest version of the person. And I did that with Mr. Samano. But the things that I found that he did, I can't tolerate having somebody on this department, drunk or not, behave the way Mr. Samano did in this situation.
Mr. Hartsfield, if I may just have a couple minutes to speak with my co-counsel, and we'll step out as previously agreed upon.
Can I go to the restroom?
Oh, and
Why don't we-
he would like to use the restroom, so if we could take
Here,
a
why don't we take a
5 minutes.
10-minute stretch break, let everybody get up, stretch, use the restroom, because we've been going for a while, and the court reporter probably needs a break as well. So let's go off the record.
Thank you.
I'll get that video.
And Ms. Pfeiffer, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Cervantes, are you ready?
I believe so.
All right, and the court reporter is ready. So we will go back on the record. And Ms. Pfeiffer, do you have any additional direct examination of the chief?
Mr. Hartzell, I would pass the witness, but we do need to draw attention to the fact that Chief Hood has a daily briefing with the mayor at 4:30 today, which is in 30 minutes. So at this juncture, it would be the city's position to just go ahead and recess for the day and then bring Chief back for his cross in the morning, if that would be acceptable to all parties.
And Mr. Cervantes?
I'm okay with that. I mean, we have 3 days booked for this, and I don't think we're gonna take the full 3 days, so.
All right, that's what we'll do. But before we adjourn for the day, let me address a couple of administrative matters. One was the chief mentioned the population in the city of San Antonio. And just to be sure that to the extent that chapter 143 applies, let me ask first Ms. Pfeiffer. The city of San Antonio is less than 1.5 million in population. So when chapter 143 says parts of it apply to cities with larger populations, I can ignore those parts of chapter 143. Is that a correct understanding from your perspective?
My understanding is you ignore the parts for over 1.5 million.
All right. And Mr. Cervantes, same understanding, San Antonio is less than 1.5 million. And so I ignore anything in chapter 143 that refers to cities with a population of more than 1.5 million.
To be precise, at the time this was issued, there was no doubt that the census of the city was below 1.5 million. And there's been no new census since then to suggest that we've exceeded that.
All right, and hopefully the legislature will address with this to the extent that it needs to address the notion about what we do with 1.5 million. And the other administrative item, just to be clear, with respect to the set of exhibits from the appellant that were missing a few pages, I'd received those exhibits for the hearing, during the hearing, and the same thing with the second set that did have those pages that were missing. So all of the exhibits that I have that I've admitted were received during the course of the hearing. Any questions about my description of the exhibits that I'm relying on from the appellant, Ms. Pfeiffer?
I don't believe so, sir. I think that if I covered one you didn't have, you would have told me, so I think I'm pretty good.
Well, you did cover one that I didn't have, which is why I stopped and went and found it in the second set.
But you found it, right? So we're good there.
We're good, and I'm just making the point that everything was received during the course of the hearing, so I'm not looking at anything that's outside of the hearing. And Mr. Cervantes, any questions about which exhibits I'm relying on?
No, Mr. Hartsfield.
All right, thanks for your time, and we'll start again at 9 a.m. in the morning. Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Cifuentes, do you have a rough timeline of how long you think you'll need the chief for in the morning so he can adjust his schedule?
Well, I'm not trying to be coy or imprecise, but I think a lot of that depends upon the chief.
Okay. So
So-
we'll just plan on a couple hours for sure then.
So, I mean, it could go real fast depending upon how he answers the questions, or we could be in for a long, long day. I don't know. It just depends.
Okay.
I don't see why it would take a long time, but you never know. And like I said, I can't predict.
And so, Ms. Pfeiffer, it sounds like you're planning for at least 2 hours with cross for the chief and then any redirect?
Yes, and chief, that works for you? We're good?
We'll clear the morning.
Okay, he's clear in the morning, so we'll be fine.
All right, and then if we have to adjust, Mr. Swinton, because it goes long, we can make an adjustment with respect to the order of witnesses. And that also gives you a time about when to expect to call the witness after the chief. And I don't need to know who it is, But do you expect there to be another witness after the chief, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Barring anything unforeseen right now, the chief will be our last witness.
All right, so Mr. Cervantes, that gives you a heads up about when you may want to be ready to call your first witness within that time parameter of a couple of hours plus, and whatever the city may do if there's anything that comes up they're not anticipating. So with that, we're adjourned today, and we'll see everyone back at 9 a.m. And I assume, Ms. Schultz, 9 a.m. start works for you?
Works for me, thank you.
All right. Thanks for your time. Y'all go out and enjoy the rest of the afternoon and be safe.
All right, thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Martha.
Thanks, sir.